No blood sugar. No blood. I'm supposed to be right here. It's okay with you? I know, Wait!
Meeting in the 64th session will come to order. We'll call roll.
Speaker Wilson.
Howdy.
Myself, howdy. Chair Bates.
Howdy.
Chair Smith.
Howdy.
Chair Barber.
Howdy.
Chair Leidinger. Chair McNutt.
Howdy.
Chair Harris.
Howdy.
Krauser.
Howdy.
Galden. Branson.
Howdy.
Thornburg. Howdy. Millencon. Lasovica. Riley.
Howdy.
Robertson. S. Brown. Reeves.
Howdy.
Heaver. Miller.
Howdy.
Young.
Howdy.
Jane Carrick.
Howdy.
Bowen. Spencer.
Howdy.
Canoe.
Howdy.
Mandry.
Howdy.
Simon. Chen.
Howdy.
Hutchison. Quesada.
Howdy.
Pittman.
Howdy.
Melendez. Toops. Moore Van Dyke. Nelson.
Howdy.
Altendorf.
Howdy.
Nadinger. Kingsbury. Jessup.
Howdy.
King. Morris. Kelly.
Howdy.
Hernandez.
Howdy.
Sosa.
Howdy.
Berry.
Howdy.
Fernandez. Lahetsky. Struble. Markowski. T. Brown. Castilleja. Syrie. Esparza.
Howdy.
Heath. Hilton. Cleckley.
Howdy.
Vasuit.
Howdy.
Lawson. Luce.
Howdy.
Barad. Davis.
Howdy.
Roberts.
Howdy.
Shutt. Hill. L. Sullivan. R. Sullivan. Van Dyne.
Howdy.
Briscoe.
Howdy.
Womack.
Howdy.
Adams.
Howdy.
Penniman.
Howdy.
Thank you.
With that, we will have invocation of pledges of allegiance. Chair Barber will lead us.
God, I'll stand and join me as y'all feel so inclined to do so. Pray. Lord, we thank you for this opportunity to gather here tonight and serve Texas A&M University. Lord, we thank you for the many blessings that you have bestowed on our university and on each of us, Lord. And please help us to best serve her going forward, and please help us to act in a way that is pleasing to you. In your son's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
With that, mission statement for values.
The Texas A&M Student Senate mission statement is as follows. The Texas A&M University Student Senate represents all students in order to enhance the Texas A&M experience within our university and communities through research, legislation, and advocacy in accordance with the core values of our institution. Our core values are excellence, integrity, leadership, loyalty, respect, and selfless service.
Thank you. Senate, we're down a microphone tonight, so if you think that I'll fight you for the floor, test me. With that, Chair's been made aware of many items for open forum. So Chair will use my discretion on open forum time to limit these to 2 minutes each, with some exceptions, which I will state the reasons for those as we go along. So anyways, first off, we have Chair Thornburg, 2 minutes starting at Howdy.
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 So I'm sure all of you are aware that I have some really good friends in the Senate, but 2 of them got engaged about a week and a half ago. So if Stephen Brown and Lindsay Sullivan want to stand up.
Yeah!
If you haven't seen them, we're going to look at it.
Thank you. Look at that thing. State your point.
Can we close the doors and we're gonna let her loose and walk around? Just don't feed her, please.
Sure, yeah, we can do that. Can we shut the doors so we can let this road down free? And please refrain from feeding. Okay, with that, next up we have Katie Lyman. Okay, thank you. You have 2 minutes starting at Howdy. Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Howdy. Okay. My name is Katie Lyman, and this is Caroline Jansen, and we are 2 of the executives for the big event this year. And if y'all have seen, we have our Pepsi Refresh grant going on right now. It would mean the world to us if y'all haven't voted, if y'all could vote for us tonight. If you can text the number 109628. That's the message, and then you text it to the number 73774, and that spells out Pepsi.
Right on his work.
Yeah, and so tonight is the last night to vote, and voting closes at midnight. And so it would mean the world to us if y'all could vote for us. We're just giving one last push to do the best we can. The grant is for $25,000, and it will be the biggest the big event has ever received if we can get it, which we're so excited about. And yeah, so if y'all can do that and just spread the word for the rest of the night, that would be great. Thank you.
You know what I think, Lindsay, you have a question?
Lindsay Sullivan off campus. Can you vote more than once?
You can text once a day, but you can also vote online. If you, it's all over Facebook, but refresheverything.com/the-big-event. You click vote, it'll ask you to log in. If you click log in with Facebook, it does it automatically. It does nothing to your Facebook, it just uses your email. And so you can technically vote twice a day, but once in each way. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Next up, Caroline Jansen. Oh, okay. Excuse me, Senate, I will not fight you. Next up, we have Aiden Powell. You have 2 minutes starting at Howdy.
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 What are the implications of the non-discrimination bill? I think the largest impact this bill is going to make at A&M is to make it a welcoming environment. This is really important to all Aggies. I have so many people, even at A&M, who ask me why I chose to come here. They say, Aiden, you're transgender, why would you come to A&M? It's not an accepting environment. I reply with, why not come to A&M? I have been a part of so much change. I've been able to watch A&M grow and become more inclusive. It's a great feeling. And plus, where else does the word howdy command so much attention? I love A&M, I love our passion, I love the tradition. This is my house, this is our home. And our house is built on the core values of excellence, integrity, leadership, loyalty, respect, and selfless service. I want my house to be welcoming to all Aggies, and the passage of SB 6457 is one way that we can make our home, Texas A&M, inviting to everyone regardless of identity. By passing this bill, not only are you ensuring that a welcoming environment for all Aggies is created immediately, but you're ensuring that such an environment becomes tradition. Thank you.
Next up, we have Sky Brown. 2 minutes starting at Howdy.
Howdy. So, once my partner and I were driving through a small town in Texas, and we stopped to use the restrooms at a local all-in-one diner, grocery, social hub. We approached the building, opened the door to the diner, and then just had to stand in the doorway. because it was suddenly like we were put into a movie. Everyone in the diner stopped eating, some people with forks in midair. The people that were shopping froze with their arms like in the middle of the aisle. And like the guy that was behind the counter stopped giving cash back to the person he was ringing up. We stood at the doorway pretty much as bewildered at our unexpected grand entrance as everyone else was. As people slowly went back to eating and shopping, we both hesitantly used the facilities as three very large men stood and watched us near the restroom doors. It was absolutely nerve-wracking, and everyone there made it very apparent that we did not belong in their town. This has not happened at A&M, but the fear I felt that day was very similar to the fear that I had my first few years at A&M. This is because when I came to A&M, campus is very different than it is now. It was routine for me to get catcalls, sarcastic whistles, people yell insults at my partner and I, and be scared to go to several places on campus. For over a year now, no one has yelled "dyke" at me from across the parking lot. No one has whistled at me or my partner when we hold hands. And during labs, there's always at least one person who's open-minded enough to choose me as a partner, so I'm not the last person waiting on a partner in labs. A lot of things have changed since I first got here. My freshman year, we tried to get a very similar non-discrimination bill passed, but it was very rapidly shot down. In only 5 years, campus climate has changed enough that now the SB 6457 has gone to committee. This is incredible progress, in large part because of each of you sitting in this room. You come to Senate to make changes or to make campus a better place, and you listen to the student body's opinions. This bill has the potential to show that not only is A&M changing socially, but it's becoming a more welcoming environment for all Aggies, regardless of the way we express ourselves or who we are. I hope that tonight you can show A&M Texas and the U.S. that the A&M student body accepts and protects all of its Aggies.
Okay, next, I'm sorry, this is Robbie Semino.
Semino, yeah.
Yes.
No one ever gets it right.
That's okay.
Howdy.
Howdy.
First, I want to really commend the bravery of Aiden and Sky coming and telling their story with y'all. I was here a couple weeks ago when they shared their story too. I thought that was really impressive. I'm kind of just here to kind of voice my opinion about the non-discrimination bill, and then kind of talk about what my organization does and how we're in support of it as well. Civil rights is kind of a thing, always a very sensitive topic, and it gets people really excited, it gets activists excited, and get people afraid about the issue, very nervous and scared. And I'm mostly just here encouraging you not to vote on fear or excitement, but know that at our core values, we want to respect everyone at A&M. We are the Aggies, and the Aggies are we, and it's really important that we support other Aggies in their being able to support themselves and their family and their jobs. But it's also within Vision 2020, the sixth imperative is to globalize and diversify Texas A&M. And it's really important to remember that as well. I think this is a unique opportunity to fulfill Vision 2020 and then really hold to our core values. That's something that I think is really important as a civil rights advocate and social justice advocate, but also as an Aggie. My organization, I'm the executive director of an organization called One Aggie Land on campus, and we're a collaborative group of about 30 to 40 social justice organizations. And at 9:30 today, we're meeting to kind of discuss how we can commit to each other as a way to committing to A&M and sort of the vision of A&M and to the vision of social justice. And I really encourage you guys to have a similar conversation, and you can commit to each other and to other Aggies to really move A&M forward. So that's all.
Next up, Senator Davis. Go ahead. 2 minutes starting out.
Howdy.
Howdy.
I'd like to go ahead and I've been beating you all over the head with veterans issues for a follow-up to the non-discrimination bill, I guess. For veterans issues, I wanted to tell y'all what was going on. We've basically found out that, how can I best put this into words? With our withdrawal from Iraq, there's projected 1 million service members will be entering the workforce in the next year and a half. And with no jobs, most of them are probably going to tap into the GI Bill. And with Texas being one of the most conservative schools in the nation, a lot of them are probably going to come here. So everything we're doing, we're realizing is way more important than we initially thought. Now, we discovered everything we're doing with the Veterans Initiative Project is at our level, but we met up with people doing it at the system level, and they're having the same problems. And we have big ideas for this, And basically, this is a project that is going to outlast this year. It'll probably outlast next year. And it probably won't happen until the year after that. But I was talking to the plethora of knowledge that is SGA, Cody, and he's pretty much given the idea, and I would like to request this of SVP Pickerton. I don't know if he's in the room, but I like for him, next semester, I like it if you would consider making the VIP a commission to have the full authority of the SGA behind it. That's all I got. Our next meeting is after Christmas break. Thanks.
Next up, Greg McDuffie. Are you crossed out or are you on? Okay.
Howdy. It's good to see many familiar faces here. I'm sure many of y'all remember me from the 63rd session as Constituency Affairs Chair. But it's good to see many new faces as well. I like to see new I like to see new leaders for new students. But I was reading the BAP today, and I often stop by on Wednesday afternoons, evenings rather, after class, and check up on Senate, see how y'all are doing. But I read the BAP today, and I became abreast of the issues surrounding the student fee bill. And I noticed that it passed 44 to 7, which is an overwhelming majority. And one thing I noticed, difficult times that we had in last sessions, is that Senate has this tendency to make its mind up, be a leader and represent the students. And then when a veto comes along, they just like forget everything they knew and go along with what's brought up in the veto presentation. And I'm sure Jeff Pickering has great information. He and I talked before the meeting, and he does have some good points, and I encourage you to consider those. But remember that you're student leaders, and you represent the students, and you already made up your mind on this issue. And if you're going to be a leader, I suggest you go back on your word. So with that, I want you to vote accordingly. Thanks and gigs.
Next up, we have Tyler Oakland.
Howdy. So I'm here obviously to talk about the fee proposal bill that we worked on. As a committee member on this fee committee that met and discussed this bill, I want to ask for support to override this veto. Not only have we worked very hard to represent an accurate student opinion on this bill, we, the members of this committee, were confirmed by each of you. In the past, Senate has had a bit of a problem honoring the opinions of those they confirm, and I ask that this is not one of those times. The decision that we arrived at was not easy to do. We met several times and took several steps to ensure fairity in this survey that we put forth. However, at the end of the day, we all voted together. Four unanimous votes and one 6-to-1 majority vote through all the issues we came through. Doesn't that make you think? 7 committee members, all learned in the material they are discussing, versus one person that wants to change. And all of us are confirmed by you. This is one person that wants to change because he doesn't like it. He's changing half of the bill that we decided on. That kind of seems a little strange to me. So I want to ask, make the right choice, Senate. Stand by your first vote, please. Thanks and
Next up, we have Bob Yancey, and I'm going to grant 5 minutes. I'll give you a 2.5-minute warning, and we'll have, if we time permitting, we can take a few questions. So,
howdy. Howdy. Mr. Speaker, members and staff of the Student Senate, thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for your interest in our political discourse. I have no doubt that our great state and our nation's leaders, many of them, are in this room right now. I'm a candidate for Texas House, District 14. I want to be your next state representative here in Bryan College Station. It's the seat recently vacated by Mr. Fred Brown. Essentially, I'm running for this office because I know I can make a difference. I graduated from high school in 1984. I'm 46 years of age. I went into the United States Air Force served my country as an active duty veteran for 4 years. One of the most difficult decisions I ever made, getting out of the Air Force. I married my high school sweetheart. We've been married 25 years. We had 2 kids. My daughter Shannon is a graduate of Texas A&M University. My son Lance Yancey is currently a student here. I worked my way through college on the GI Bill and 3 jobs, so I understand uniquely the challenges and the pressures that you as students face today, and that you make the sacrifice to give this additional time of yourselves to be involved in leadership, and again in our political discourse, I think is something to be commended. Upon graduation from Texas A&M University, I was Public Information Officer with the City of College Station. I learned where municipal government can overreach. I also learned where municipal government can help grow a quality community. After I left the City of College Station, I went into the medical field, and I determined in the medical field that we have a dearth of the free market. And we have almost 0 free market competition in our healthcare system, and what's happening in our statewide and federal government is that out-of-control healthcare costs and runaway government spending are crowding out funding for essential government services that our government ought to be involved in. As a pro-business fiscal conservative and a social conservative, I believe in personal liberty, individual responsibility, minimalist government, minimalist taxation. If you honor me with your vote and bestow the responsibility of Texas State Representative upon me, I will work as hard as I can to uphold those principles. I thank you very much for your time this evening. I very much appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. May God bless the great state of Texas. And at this time, I'll take any questions should you have them of me.
Senator Womack.
Mark Womack, off campus. We really do appreciate you coming to speak to us. It does mean a lot. What 3 policy initiatives or specifics would you like to work on as soon as you assume if you were to win the seat in the Texas House?
The first thing I would do would be to amend Texas State Statute 2155, which essentially is the way state government and all of its agencies spend our tax dollars. I believe that it's important to keep in mind that every single tax dollar originated in the wallet of a hardworking Texan, and that before that tax dollar is spent, it should first be subjected to full, fair, free market competition among qualified suppliers. Today, that is not happening. In my business, Mendata, we use free market competition to lower healthcare costs. If you leave here tonight and you do a search, Google search on Mendata, Yancey, Brookings Institution, you'll see where we've made quite a splash reducing healthcare costs by tens of millions of dollars. I mean to utilize free market competition at the state. That would be first. Border security and public education would be 2 and 3.
SVP Pickering.
Yeah, Mr. Yancey, could one of my goals coming into this year as student president, it immediately developed into one of our goals in SGA as a whole, is to redo the absolutely horrible process here that we have for all non-academic student fees. It is a mound of bureaucracy and something that, if elected, we'll be setting up a meeting with you right after election, if you are elected to this seat, to discuss this further. But basically, it's an issue that has to go to the Texas State Legislature. So what I just kind of wanted to ask is, currently, student government does not have control over our student fees, non-academic student fees. And so what that means is there's a huge bureaucracy for having to deal with those fees. So I'm just curious what your thoughts are, and maybe this is a question, maybe you can respond to it or maybe not, but wanted to put it in your ear and see what you thought about student government having that say over those fees. So if we do fees wrong, we can get fired from our job and not elected next year.
I believe government closest to the people best serves. And that the farther government gets separated from those it serves, the more layers of bureaucracy build up like rings on a tree over time. I would be in support of what you suggest.
Thank you. I'll allow one more, Chair Barber.
Yes, sir. Drew Barber, Community Relations. Thank you so much again for coming.
what is the biggest problem you see higher education as a whole, but specifically Texas A&M facing with the state legislature and the state government in the coming years, and how are you going to fix that?
Well, as you know, great fire that Texas A&M sustained decades ago, we had no capital, no cash, and as a result, we had to negotiate away a significant percentage of the PUF fund, university fund, permanent university fund. We get a third of it. University of Texas gets 2/3 of it. I believe that is patently unfair, and if you send me to the Texas House, I'll be one of 24 Texas A&M University educated representatives, and as a block, we will vote to increase funding for Texas A&M University in the system.
Thank you, sir.
Any further questions? I'm sure Mr. Yancey has a website that he'd be more than happy for you to visit. So any further questions can be directed to his email address.
It's at bob-yancey.com, and please prove all the political pundits wrong that students do not vote. Next week, Monday through Friday, 5th through the 9th is early voting. December 13th, Tuesday week, is election day. I hope to have your support, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we have Valerie, is it Ballister? Yes, there you go. You can keep it to 2 minutes, starting at Senate, please stay in order.
Hi. It's been 10 years since we opened the University Writing Center. We have never asked for a fee increase, but to maintain services, we do need a modest one. That's $2 per student, not per credit hour. That would make our fee $10 per student per semester, 5 each semester in the summer. The graduate students have passed our request for a fee increase. In a typical year, we help maybe 30,000 undergraduate students. And this includes our one-to-one consultations. If you're looking at just individuals, 70% of our consultations are with undergraduate individuals who come by. If you look at our classroom workshops, 80% of those that we do are for undergraduate students. We place writing consultants in classes. Last year, 23 classes had undergraduate consultants helping in them. We also help students through our website. A recent poll that survey that we did said of 500 people who answered, 20% of them said they use the website. We also manage the W&C courses. This may not seem to you like we're touching you through them, but we are. And we really want to have student representatives on the W&C course committee. Colin Lovelace was on there for a while. We tried to get students on there because you get to help us decide which courses are W&C. You get to help us make sure that your professors don't just assign writing, but provide feedback to you on unfinished writing so you have a chance to rewrite, provide instruction. That's because of the W course committee, which is run through the Writing Center. We make sure there's quality. We also provide a lot of training for the faculty so they know how to grade papers, they know how to help with papers. I know they're not perfect, but it's because of the Writing Center that we touch all 30,000 students a year who take W&C courses. And that's in speaking as well as writing, by the way. So 85%, we're 85% full now on average. In other words, of the appointment slots that are open for one-on-one consultations, online and in person, about 85% are taken per day. We want to maintain that. We want to be able to offer a few more slots, actually, and we want to just be able to maintain the quality that we've been able to have and keep things going. We've grown hugely in the last couple of years. With the costs increasing, I don't want to lose what we have, and I want to see more slots open so more people can get the help. So that when those crunch times come, you can get an appointment. Thank you.
Next up, Senator Spencer.
Yes.
So, for those of you who don't know, this is my last Senate meeting, hopefully. If I am still a senator next semester, that means I did not graduate, and something has gone terribly wrong. So as much fun as it has been to be with all of you, I really, really hope that I'm not with you next semester. And because it's traditional, here's my quote for the day. Please ponder on this thought from perhaps one of the greatest human beings who has ever lived, but definitely one of the greatest Americans. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. It's a beautiful day for a neighbor. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? I've always wanted to live in a neighbor, or I've always wanted to have a neighbor just like you. I've always wanted to live in the neighborhood with you. So let's have ourselves a wonderful day. Since we're together, we might as well say, would you be mine? Could you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? Won't you please, please, won't you please be? Please, won't you be my neighbor? Thank you. Yes, it is. Dress code requires closed-toed shoes, a jacket, and a top.
What do you want for Christmas?
A diploma. Anyone who could arrange that, I'm more than willing to talk to them.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we have Brian McDonald. 2 minutes starting at Howdy. Please stand order, set.
Okay, so ho howdy. Howdy. Greetings from the North Pole. I know y'all are getting tired of seeing me. I didn't plan on being here, but I'll be derelict in my duties as a fee representative if I did not come here tonight and talk to you about kind of what's going on and what's happening. First of all, I think there's kind of been a sense that the fee committee is the Grinch who stole Christmas and that we're taking away money from departments. That is absolutely not true. If no increases are approved, the departments still get their fees. That's not going to change. So you don't have to worry about that. Basically, what we are asking is that departments go back and look at some things. The reasons we have decided not to approve fee increases are well stated in the bill. We had concerns that, these are tough times. There are other sources that possibly these funds could come from. With the library fee, we did see that in the past request, they had been granted a fee increase for carpets and furniture that fee is no longer being used, but we're still paying it. So maybe something can be diverted from there to pay for the 10% increase in journals. We did see that with the technology fee, if we increase the fee every year, then where's it going to end? Are we not going to hold people accountable to actually take care of us? So I'm really concerned about this. And at a retreat a couple weeks ago for RHA, we actually had a guest speaker who was here back in the early 90s, and he struggled and scrimped and saved, and there were days he couldn't eat, and there were days he didn't know how he would make it, and there was a time when he even had to have his niece send him in $10 just so he could eat for that week. And with all these fees, that's going to amount to $75 extra a year per student. Is that something that all of us can really afford? I know that we have that privilege because we do have more money, but not everyone does, and not everyone can pay for that. And this could directly affect our Aggies that are here. So I'm asking you, I am calling upon you, I am begging you to stay firm in your resolve. There was a 44-7 vote against the fee increases and for the bill that we sent to you. So I'm begging you to stay firm in your resolve and to reaffirm that tonight by voting for this fee bill once again and against the veto. I will be here over there in that corner for a little while longer. If you have any questions about any of our decisions, I am here for you. I want to make sure that that you are informed. I'm sorry.
Please repeat.
Semicolon, thanks and get them.
Were there any quick questions that can't be addressed to him privately? Okay, thank you. Next up, Senator Jessup.
I apologize, I couldn't wear my elf costume. It was gonna look great, but. Howdy. Howdy. Just because I was, the one Senate meeting I came to before I was a senator was the Christmas meeting, so I got to see everybody dressed up as Santa Claus and with the antlers, and I just love it, so I'm gonna read a poem in the spirit of Christmas. It's a cheerful poem. Was the meeting before Christmas, and all through the room, not a senator stirred, not even Garnoom. A bill against fees had been written with care, in hopes that St. Pickering would look on it fair. Jeffrey spoke with a smile, slightly covered in snow. I think student fees now have gotten too low. I approve all these bills, but I cannot sign Thomas's. I'm not sure that was at all part of my campaign promises. There came a small voice from the back of an aisle. She was poor, and she found fees especially vile. If I have to pay more, I don't know what I'll do. There's a reason I didn't go down to TU. Jeffrey hardened his heart, and he waggled a finger. He even looked crosswise at Catherine Nadinger. I don't care what you say, it's the staff that I trust. We must hike up these fees. Yes, we must. Yes, we must. The senator rose, his eyes calm and wide. He knew that this fee growth was not justified. He shouted out, "Aye!" with all of his might, and everyone else voted with him that night. The little girl beamed, her hair long and curly. For once, it seemed that her Christmas came early. The president turned, now he knew they were right. Merry Christmas to all. Now let's fight the good fight. Thank you.
With that, we're moving into organizational forum. First up, we have Mark Pitts with Texas Aggie Conservatives. You have 5 minutes starting at Howdy.
Howdy, Ags. Basically, I'm here to represent my organization. It's a very strong organization on campus, hundreds of members. We think that the fees should either be reduced or frozen all across the board up in this next fiscal year. Next slide. Next slide. All right, so here's historical, a little over the past 10 years. The bottom line is going to be just tuition, and the top one's total cost of attendance at A&M. You can see it's increased by around $3,000. Next slide. But this is the really important slide. This is a breakdown of the big fees, student fees, historical, and you can see those top two fees are the two fees in question tonight, the library fee and the computer fee. And those fees are absolutely out of control. Absolutely out of control. And they want to just make them more out of control. You can see that black line, that third one, that's the student service fee, the fee we spend so much time scrutinizing and talking about, so much time. And it's almost a flat line compared to these other ones. Their increase is about like that. So it's crazy for these departments to once again come in and say, we need more. I'm sure the library is saying, well, we didn't increase the fee last year, so please increase it this year. That was probably a ploy to get us to do it. But just look at that steep curve, and they want to just keep that exponential going, probably straight up, about $1,000 increase a year. Next slide. So where's the transparency here? The student service fee, we know, what are they using the reserves for? How much reserves do they have? How many employees? What are they using the money for? We don't know any of this with these fees. How much reserves do they have? What are they using that money for? What is their excess reserve spending plan? Do they have program evaluations? Have they reorganized their departments to spend our money more efficiently? I haven't heard any of that. Next slide. So we need to utilize the reserve funding that already exists. If there is some, which I imagine there is some. And if there isn't, we need to do strategic initiatives. Every other department in the universities had to do this. If it's that important of a project, why don't they get money from the General Strategic Initiatives Funds? No, because they want the easy money from the students. Next slide. So I'd imagine what's going on. Next slide. All right, thank you. So I see the free presentation, but it's the same every year. I'd imagine the IP people came in and said, guys, Senate, if y'all don't increase our fee, we're going to have to cut y'all's bandwidth, and everyone's going to have really slow internet. So y'all better increase our fee so y'all have fast internet, computer access, et cetera, et cetera. Y'all have computers in the classroom, all of that. Library probably said, let's see, go to the next slide. I have it myself. Maybe not. Okay, I'll go one more. Go one more. Go one more. We're gonna have to go back through these again. Go.
You have 2 minutes.
All right, there we go. They say if you don't raise the library fee, we're gonna have to close our hours. We're gonna have to limit our hours. Y'all have to do it, or we won't be able to subscribe to our journals. They never talk about things like maybe their diversity program. How much money is spent on that? Do we really need a library, university libraries diversity program? I don't know. Basically, once they get this money, they use it for whatever they want. They bring the proposal that they think will sell to you to convince you to approve this fee and provide cover. Ultimately, this does come to the Board of Regents, but you're just providing cover for these university departments, and they're not bound to the proposals they present to you. Next slide. All right, we're going to have to go back about 6 slides now. I'm sorry, I didn't go out a little bit.
1, 2.
All right, Board.
You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, the important question is, how much money was spent on Howdy? Millions, guys, and we're paying for all of this. IT, we need new money to do Wi-Fi here or there. Well, what happened to the money from last year's Wi-Fi project? Can't you use that to do another Wi-Fi project? Or maybe that went into a slush fund. Next slide. But the important issues, in the SGA, who has the student body president been talking to about these fees? Where are the meeting minutes? Where are the records of these meetings? Why don't the senators or the student body know about that? And his commitment to communication, I ran for student body president, he talked all about this. Next slide. Next slide. Were the senators, next slide, informed about these bills? Basically, I want to end you with this compromise bill. I'm still unsure why it's a compromise.
5 seconds.
Y'all can read it there. About 5 slides forward towards the very end almost.
Please complete your sentence.
Go back a couple.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Do y'all have any questions?
That is out of order at this time. Thank you for your presentation.
All right, I'm sure you enjoyed that, Mr. Speaker.
Next up, we have Dan Gutierrez with Diversity.
Howdy, guys.
Howdy.
One thing I'd like to address before I get started on what I came to speak about this meeting, before we talk about the student service fees, I would like you guys to realize that this isn't a laughing matter. I know that we got a little bit of comic relief from Jessup's amazing performance earlier, but I'd like to make sure that all of us are in the mindset of analyzing what we're going to be doing with these fees and the impacts and the real impacts that these make on the students. Now, I came here to talk about the non-discrimination bill. Here at A&M, we have been making strides forward. We've been making strides in progress so that we can reach the Vision 2020 and that Imperative 6 that we're trying to reach. Imperative 6, as Robbie mentioned earlier, is to diversify and globalize this campus. If we want to head to the top of this country in education, we need to realize that there are Aggies that are here and Aggies that could be here that would contribute greatly to the educational experience, research, faculty, staff that don't feel like they could be a part of it because this discrimination policy that we have, or this non-discrimination policy that we have does not include their interests. So I'd like to say to you senators tonight, expand the horizons of A&M so that we can strive and achieve Vision 2020 through a culture of excellence founded in non-discrimination and embracing and bringing an alliance for all Aggies here today. Thanks again.
Next up, we have Kyle Womack. 2 minutes starting howdy. Sorry, 5.
Howdy. Howdy. Kyle Womack, VP of Student Services. I did not bring a clever limerick home, but I did bring the University Head of Computer Access and Information Technology. Kind of go through some specifics real quick before we start the fee veto and conversely alternative legislation proposal. So with that in mind, Mr. Dr. Pearson, try.
Howdy. Howdy. Just wanted to ask to clarify the part about are these one-time projects? And none of the things we came with you are one-time. So we're out of space, power, and data in the data center. And so the plan is we really need a new data center on campus, but there's not money to build one. So the plan is that for $2 million a year, we'll lease space off campus. So that's a continuing cost to go forward. Campus fiber optic infrastructure. For 20 years, we've been spending about $800,000 a year on fiber. Lifetime of fiber is about 20 years. We've now got to install the new generation of fiber that lets us run faster and longer, which we need to do. And that's a long-term project, but when it's over, there'll be the next thing to come on. Wireless network expansion. I think we've done a pretty good job in like all of the buildings with classrooms, we have about 95% wireless coverage. But overall on campus, we only have about 56% of the buildings covered. It's kind of, anything in this business, only has a finite lifetime, right? I mean, things last 3 years, some of the things last 5 years, the fiber lasts the longest for 20 years. But these are things we get the fee, we do it, and then we have money to replace it when it has to be replaced. So we've got lots of work to do in wireless, and I think it's kind of never ending. The library alone, we've done 3 generations of wireless in the library. And as many devices as all of you are bringing to the library to make all of those work, we need to keep that up. Many of the other things are people, so those are, salaries and continuing. Every one of these is kind of continuing things. You look at the instructional technology and the classrooms, the infrastructure in the classrooms, has to be replaced 4 to 5 years all the time. So anything we do, we want to make sure we have money to be able to replace it. So the other question I was asked was where else can we go to get money to do these kind of things? And so, you know, it's the same source. If it's new money, I mean, you know, it'd have to come out of tuition increase if there was a tuition increase. I mean, the university, you know, because of the budget reallocation, right? Both IT and the library were reduced by $3 million beginning this year, and I just don't know where else we'd go. So I think I just came to clarify those points for you.
Would you mind taking a couple of questions?
No, I'd be happy.
Okay, Chairman, you have 2 questions.
Thomas McNett, Student Services Chair. Would you, kind of a 2-part question. When you first came and gave the large, all-encompassing presentation, the things you're saying now, those were all included in the presentation before, correct?
Yes.
You're not already anything new at it?
No.
Thanks, sir. And then secondly, do you ever foresee a time where your department won't be asking for an increase in fees?
I think you know, I was asked that last time, and I think the rate, you know, probably will continue to be around $1 or so per year, just kind of as long as we continue to need additional things. You look around campus, just from 10 years ago, there wasn't any wireless infrastructure. So we've got probably $3 million in wireless infrastructure that you know, when we've only got half of the campus coming, right? So as we add new things, they're kind of new costs. So it's not really, you know, there's some inflation involved. There's probably, you know, 2-3% inflation per year, but then there's also just the new services. There's so many new services we've done in the last 10 years. So we can stop doing some of those or not have them. But that's the issue.
Brief follow-up?
Sure,
Yeah, just real brief. Can you tell us what we pay right now for these services per semester? Excuse me, per credit hour per semester?
Yeah, so I think we're, let's see, got it right here. So we would be at $27.63 if this were approved.
Thank you, sir.
So the current rate's $1.50 less than that.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, and then I'll allow one final question, Senator Massoud.
Hi, Dakota Massoud off campus. Quick question. These are recurring fees, and say hypothetically, you're using $2 million a year for renting. If you stop renting the facility, will the fee go down?
Yeah, it certainly could. It's hard to imagine when you're out of space and out of that you won't need to continue to do something. Now, we might, you know, if we were to build a building on campus and we didn't have to pay for the electricity, which we don't today, but I mean, that, you know, depends on what happens in the future. I mean, that money could come back, or, you know, not do a fee increase because there was more there.
Thanks, sir. Thank you. With that, that concludes the time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Drew. I'm sorry, I can't make it. Yes, thank you. Yes. There you go. 5 minutes to have it.
Howdy.
Howdy.
My name's Bindi Soda.
I'm Drew Ovenchain, and we're here to talk to you about Tell Your Story.
Tell Your Story is a leadership forum that was started 3 years ago by an Aggie with the idea that we all have these dreams in our mind, and something that I learned my senior year is that we have all these dreams, but we never try to implement them. So I decided to, instead of having all these dreams in my mind, I wrote them down, and instead of dreams, they became projects, and I started pursuing these projects, and they became more tangible when I did that. And this whole forum is about having, instead of having all these dreams in our mind, that we actually start pursuing them. And this leadership forum is going to be at Rutter Auditorium on February 8th at 7:30 p.m. And I know that's kind of far away, but we'll probably come again and talk about it later on. But we're going to have speakers.
And yes, we have 3 incredible speakers coming in February. The first one will be Pam Coe, who she founded the Touch of Life foundation after her 15-year-old son died due to an undetected heart defect. Her foundation has established orphanages, slavery redemption centers throughout the world of Vietnam, Cambodia, and Ghana. And she has a book that's called Jansen's Gifts, so she'll be coming. Our second one will be Clayton Kershaw, who's the pitcher for the Los Angeles Dodgers, who is a Cy Young winning pitcher who led the nation's in strikeouts, ERA, and wins last year. But even more incredibly, he took a trip with his wife to Zambia before the 2011 season and has started a project called Hope's Home, which is an orphanage in Lusaka. And for the 2011 season that he had, he donated $100 for every strikeout that he had. So that was incredible. And then our last one will be Jerry Thompson, who's the co-founder and CEO of Ambit Energy, which was started and founded in Potbelly in 2006, and it is today the fastest growing energy retail center in America. There are 3 incredible speakers, and I know we can all learn a lot from them.
The reason why I think Tell Your Story is so important to this campus is that Aggies are probably some of the most passionate people, passionate college students for sure. And I think one of the things that made my decision to come to A&M is I'm a dreamer, and I thought out of the 50,000 students here, there's bound to be one person that's going to support me. And I came with this idea this year with this idea to Rave to Save, and it would be to throw raves, and all the money, charge $5 a person, and all the profits that come from those raves and those dance parties that we have for fun would go to a charity. And I came with this idea, and I was right. When I came to A&M, I found 40 freshmen who jumped on it with me. And that's the beauty of A&M and the idea that we can have this idea and it not be an idea anymore, but be a project. And that is why Tell Your Story is so important, so we can spread the idea that what society's view of reality is not necessarily true, and that we can have, we can pursue those dreams that maybe someone can say that we can't. So, that's it.
We appreciate y'all's time. Thanks, Anu.
Thank you. Next up, Senator Lindsay Sullivan.
Oh, never mind.
Okay. Then next up, now I'm going to explain the Senate real quick. There was a big confusion over the veto presentation. Apparently last year, the student body president was able to give a veto presentation. Then the bill authors were able to give their presentation in response. I don't know where that started. I've spoken to Cody, who was speaker of the 61st, talked to Paul, talked to a lot of people. We can find that nowhere in the bylaws. However, the student fee committee had a presentation ready to go today, so in fairness, we're granting them 10 minutes, which is the same presentation time during organizational forum, to go ahead and give that presentation. So with that, I'm going to give 10 minutes to the SGA fee committee.
Okay. Can I go ahead and raise a point of order right now?
Yes,
I guess that's the best way to deal with this.
Sure.
Bringing the bill before the body, and this is my interpretation, since we have no parliamentarian, there is no official interpretation, so I guess we just have to kind of decide it this way. Bringing a bill before a body is a named motion. A named motion is made by a senator. So that is what we are doing when we bring up the bill, and that is why we give a presentation. The veto presentation is an executive report. The difference between that and this is that we get to give our presentation as a response to what Jeff Pickering says, to what the student body president says, because right now we have absolutely no idea what he's going to say. And also, since it is our bill we're defending, I think that's a logical way for it to work. But also we get question and answer, so we do get a little bit more time.
Right.
And
this is turning debatable when you're telling me what's reasonable and what's not. So
my point of order is, it would be in order for us to have a presentation as the first item of business, and the veto presentation would be before that.
I hear your motion, and I'm overruling it. We've checked this. I've checked it. Paul has checked the bylaws. We've checked Robert's rules. We've conferred with Cody. We've conferred with Amanda. And the motion before the body is not the bill. The motion before the body is the veto override. Okay. First of all, Robert's rule says nothing about a senator must make a main motion. So in that regard, when it comes to presentation time in the main motion, that's not germane. And I mean, quite simply, we can find nothing. We've already had the presentation on this bill. The presentation on the bill has been made. The question before the body right now is not a bill; it is a veto override. And Senator Basu can confirm with me, with all of us, that this did not occur that way in the 61st or in prior sessions. I don't believe it occurred that way in the 62nd. It did occur that way in the 63rd, and we can't explain that.
Okay, so I will now make a motion to appeal to the decision of the chair, and that is a debatable motion.
You're correct, and I will give you 2.5 minutes to make your debate.
All right. So again, basically, this is a giant mess. There's nothing in the bylaws about the student body president giving a presentation in the first place. It doesn't really say much about this in the Constitution. The entire veto override procedure is very unclear, and most of it is based on tradition. So what we need to do is we need to do the thing that I think is the most fair. And what I think is the most fair is for the student body president to have a 10-minute presentation and 5 minutes of question and answer. For the bill authors to have 10 minutes of presentation and 5 minutes of question and answer. And then for debate to happen back and forth that way. I think that's reasonable. That's how pretty much everything else works. It gives both sides equal time. And it also gives us the opportunity to respond to points that the student body president brings up. Right now, if we give our presentation, we basically don't get the opportunity to do that. So I think this is the most fair. It makes sense. Appealing to a decision of the chair, don't be afraid of offending Tanner. This is a normal parliamentary thing. It happens all the time. All this will do is, I think, give us a more fair way of bringing this bill before the body and making the correct decision on behalf of students. And also, if we did do this, then we would give up our organizational forum time. So it wouldn't be much of a change to the actual time of the meeting. The entire question here is just kind of how to handle this bill as one item. With that, I yield to Chair McKnight.
Hey, Thomas Stone, Student Services, just to be very, very simple, the way that we did it in the last session was pretty good. If there was a veto, last year Jake Robinson would come and give his veto presentation, and then the bill authors would get up and give a response, and then we would have debate, and then question and answer for both, and then debate. It's just a little bit more simple. If not, you're going to get half it now, maybe question and answer, a whole bunch of Senate stuff, people are going to leave, people are going to come, and then the other half of it, and then we're going to vote. So it just puts them together, to put it simply. That's all. It's pretty reasonable what we did in the last session. And with that, I yield to, I guess, the floor.
Okay, thank you. Again, Senator Basu.
Hi, Cody Basu off campus. Howdy.
Howdy.
All right, I disagree, fundamentally for this reason. The Constitution says the student body president gets to veto bills. The action step is the veto. The veto is what places the bill on our agenda. How odd and awkward would it be for someone to be able to give a presentation on something that was brought to the floor against their consent? That's a roundabout argument, in my opinion. The main motion. The main motion was the bill itself when it was brought to the floor. Bylaws say, rules of debate, 10 minutes will be allotted for presentation of the motion. Okay? They got that. That's over with. The veto's here now. The student body president is the individual that's making this motion. He's the one that has sent it back into our floor, into our arena. So he gets to explain through a presentation why that main motion should pass. It's just like any other bill. Think about this. If a bill comes to the floor, who gets to present? The bill authors. Okay? Does the opposition to said bill get to present? No, not at all. So in the veto, it's the exact same scenario. The person making the veto gets to present, not the loyal opposition. The opposition is relegated to debate. That's the way it rolls. That's the way it rolled whenever I was speaker, before me, after me. The only aberration I've ever seen was when Speaker Albright, whom I respect, made that decision, okay, which I disagree with. Ms. Speaker, I agree with your analysis, and you are correct in my opinion. Senator Womack.
Okay, what Cody said made perfect sense parliamentary, but for those of you who don't care about that kind of stuff, just look at time talking, okay? The fee committee got up, gave their 10-minute presentation last week. Jeff said, nuh-uh, so he's going to give up and give a 10-minute presentation, and then we're all going to talk about it for a lot longer, okay? Cody is exactly right. The only time, for some reason, last year, it's never been like that before. Personally, I know it's because the exec council and the Senate office team kind of hated each other. And that's why all of a sudden, out of nowhere, veto presentations got this weird counter rebuttal. And that is a complete aberration. If you look at it, they get 10 minutes, Jeff gets 10 minutes, and then everyone kind of forgets what they say, and we all argue about it anyway. So it's really kind of a moot point. What we're doing now is arguing about who gets to talk first, and it's a silly decision. I'm going to encourage you to uphold Cody's decision, uphold Tanner's decision, and say, listen, they talk for 10 minutes, now Jeff's going to talk for 10 minutes, and we're all going to talk about it some more, and note that that is the historical precedent, and it's fair. They got 10, they got 10, it's over. Call the previous question.
Motion is made for previous question. It's been seconded. All in favor of the previous question, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
I didn't show the ayes do have that. We'll take the previous question. All in favor of upholding, no, I'm sorry. All in favor of overturning my ruling, which would place the finance, the SGAP committee presentation after the veto override. If you want it after,
The way this works is that the vote is, it's not a majority, it's a 50% vote to uphold your ruling. So if you vote for, then you are voting to uphold the speaker's ruling and we don't get our presentation.
Okay,
If
fine.
you vote
We can do it
against,
that way.
yeah, and I guess we flip around debate. But so again, and a vote against means we get a vote presentation. The vote for means we do not. And the vote is not a majority, it's 50% because you are automatically.
Actually, I'm going to overrule you on this because you made the motion. The motion was to appeal the decision of the chair. Therefore, the first debate was yours. That is debate 4. So debate 4 is overturning the decision of the chair.
We did debate wrong.
So who was supposed to get first debate? Okay.
Same difference. We can see the
Yes,
same
thank
way.
you. Crying out loud. We're going to do it my way. All in favor of overturning my decision and placing the SGAP committee vote or presentation after Jeff's presentation, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Madam Chair, the nays do have that. The agenda stands. With that, we're moving into approval of the previous meeting's minutes. Whoa! You are totally right. I'm sorry. Wow. Y'all have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Can we get that presentation?
Yes. Thank you. I'm sorry about that.
Point of order.
Say point.
Wouldn't we have to vote just to send the bylaws since you've already declared that this is not in order?
Cool as far as that.
I'm a big fan.
No, this is an organizational forum. Okay, there is a point.
Sorry. Are y'all really a student organization? Is this the point?
This is what Tanner suggested.
Again, I've confirmed this with Tony. Everybody, please stay in order. This is an SGA recognized committee. The same way, I'm viewing this the same way that we do carpool or anybody else. It's an organization. You're getting 10 minutes, starting at Howdy.
Howdy.
Howdy. I started and then you. Okay. All right. Hey, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, Merry Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa. Just real quick, I apologize for all that. I don't know really half what we just said. The point is, here's the spiel for keeping student fees low, and for the sake of time, I have things to say. Oh, real quick, Jody, the devil, please. Devil? Yes, do you have the devil? He's in here. Yes, this is the passed down for generations from Tanner Wilson, before Tanner Wilson, all the way down Chris Russo, etc. The devil of student fees. Here he is. We're going to look at him, all right? Okay, all right, so we'll start. Go ahead, Scott.
Okay, so really quickly, next slide. Yeah, but we get to see Steve again. Okay, so I had hoped to have a period of question and answer where after every slide we could kind of answer questions. But I wanted to hit on a few main points for this veto override presentation. Number one, fee increases are permanent. If we pass a fee increase and we're wrong, it never goes away. If we don't pass a fee increase and we're right, then we can always do it next year. So that's pretty much all there is there. The burden is on the department to prove that they need the fee increase. The burden is not on us to prove why we don't want a fee increase. And that's the way it is with everything that is permanent. Next slide. So, some of these increases do pay for one-time expenses. Pierce Cantrell did get up and rebut a couple of these, but there are, in the library, the carpet, chairs, lounge furniture, all of those things were one-time things that were paid for with the fee increase. And then when they came before the Senate to present the library fee increase, we asked it out on the list of.
I'm gonna pause you. You're paused. I'm not taking the time. But if you have conversations, can we please take them outside? Because I won't fight the floor in here. With that, you can return.
Okay, so I asked the library representative for a list of some of these expenditures, and they promised to give that to us, but we never got it. The computer access IT fee, data center, that argument does make sense. It does take money to maintain the data centers. Increased email storage disk space, we'll get to that later. But open access labs, the price for maintaining an open access lab, a lot of that is going to be the actual hardware and software that goes into making it the first time. Next slide. Repeat increases. There are a lot of these increases. Looking through the history of fee increases, I looked through the presentation last year, the year before, and the year before, and some of these have been funded several times with no idea where the money is going each time. So it's like we got $65,000 per year for a data center in 09-010. Then they came back after getting that fee increase forever and asked for another $202,000 for the data center forever, and then another $500,000 last year forever. And they got all of those, and now they're asking for another one. Increased bandwidth and fiber optic infrastructure. Those are fees that go, those are for infrastructure, and it has been increasing every year. Code Maroon, I'll get to that later as well. Next slide. So another big problem with the way we do this is, and I want to, I think I'm going to compare this to SFAB a little later, but Computer Access has promised certain things in exchange for fee increases that they never actually delivered. For 09, 010, and for 1011, you can see in the presentation where in exchange for a fee increase to pay for increased data storage, they promised that by fall 2011 you would have 500 megabytes of email storage. That never happened. Code Maroon, Classroom, and pop-up messages, that never happened either, and that was something that was promised in exchange for a fee increase. So some of these things, they got their money and then they never actually did it. And this happened in years past. Next slide. So this is where we compare it to SFAB. And you know my problems with the SFAB process. It's not a perfect process, but it's way better than what we have here. SFAB is an entire committee that spends their entire year going through every single expenditure of the departments that they want to increase and saying, yes, we approve of this. We think this is a good idea. We don't think this is a good use of student fee money. We don't have anything like that for computer access or for the library. These fee increases are all or nothing. They bring everything they want, and we either say yes or say no. That's not a responsible way of doing things. It leads to waste. It needs to be reformed. And years of doing that have led to waste that is now catching up with us. So there are some vague, reviewable, and unnecessary items that have come up. The journal subscriptions, I think that needs a serious investigation. We need to look into that, see who is increasing journal subscription prices, and whether it's still worth it to buy all of these. Computer access, increased communication to students about IT. What in the world is that? Why do we need it? Why are we paying for it? Full-time positions in both of these. I think before we hire a new person, we need to look into it and make sure that that's something that's actually needed. Next slide. Enrollment growth not taken into account. So I think I used a pretty good way of explaining what happened here. The increase in student population over the last year, 732 students, that was a 1.5% increase in the student fees. So the amount of revenue that the department is taking in, even if there is no fee increase, actually goes up. And it goes up by this amount. For the library, it's 39.4 cents per semester credit hour on what is being paid before. And for computer access and IT, it's 38.9 cents. So what that means is that if we took the $1 that they're asking for, subtracted off the 39.4 cents, so that would leave 60.6 cents, and just gave them that, they would still be able to fund everything they're asking for. Same with IT. If we gave them $1, that would be $1.11.1 cents per semester credit hour. They would get every single thing they were asking for. That extra money, we have no idea where it's going. Next slide. So some parting thoughts for my part of the presentation is that departments don't lose their funding if they don't get increases. They just don't get everything they want. They're not going to go away. This is not going to be the death of computer access or the library if they don't get their fee increase for one time in the last decade. they still get all the funding they had before, and they might have to actually use it more effectively, prioritize their expenditures, and have some fiscal responsibility. The burden is on them to prove that they need these increases, not on us to prove why they don't. More financial information should be provided to the Senate every year, and the Senate should be able to disapprove of certain line items in their proposals and decrease the amount of their requests.
How much time is left here?
You have about 3.5 minutes.
About 3.5 minutes, okay, thank you. Real quick, fellas, and ladies, just taking this back to the beginning. I was very encouraged at the beginning of this process when Jeff and Tanner called me at like 11:30 at night and asked me the night before Senate and said, hey, would you do this? And I was very happy to. And so I went to SPAB. They've been doing this for years, and I sat in. I was like one of like 2 non-SPAB people there, the Student Services Fee Advisory Board, to sit in and see how they conduct their meetings, how they look at this, et cetera, because I wanted to learn and know how to do this the best. And no question about it, they're state mandated, they're the best. And that's how we conducted our fee process, was the way that they do. So as far as the process is concerned, just know, like, I was looking forward at the opportunity of the example of unity that we could give. Through exec reaching out to Senate to take this over, to going to SPAB to ask for advice and see how they do it. By the way, they didn't raise any fees this year. And then at that point, going out and reaching further than a fee committee has ever reached before in the Senate. It used to be just exec and Senate, and that's it. And now we got exec, we got Senate, we got RHA, we got foreign students represented, we got old, we got young, we got Senate officers, we got non-officers. We got a lot of different diversity of opinion. And we almost unanimously decided, with the exception of 1 6-1 vote, to keep these fees low. Y'all unanimously approved the committee. We had a unifying body of people. We come to the Senate and it gets passed 44-7. And SPAB, on their end, also decided, agreed with those 3 entities and said, we're not going to raise student fees this year either, for the 2nd year in a row. And so everyone, from SPAB to Senate to the committee to the process to everything to the unifying thing, said no. And now we have the first veto of the year, striking right through this. These departments had an opportunity to come and speak to us about what was important. And as you heard the gentleman say here, there was nothing new, there's no new information tonight whatsoever on the IT stuff. There is no new information. He told us everything that he's saying, he said before. There is no new information. If new information is presented, he doesn't know about it. He's told us. And so just know that we had before everything that we need to have had to do this, okay? I know that veto processes are hard, okay? I know they are. I know it's very rare that you overturn an SVP's veto. It's a very powerful thing. I understand that. And it might not work. I get that, okay? And that's fine if that's the way it happens. I trust the process. But know that I am going to go to sleep tonight, okay, put my head down on my pillow, and feel good about defending student fees and keeping them low. And know that some of us work 6 days a week. Some of us gain more scholarships. Some of us are paying for our own education. And $75 to some of us is quite a lot. Maybe not you, but some of the people that you represent. And so I encourage you to debate in favor of voting the way that we voted before. Help me here, because I kind of feel alone. So, anyways, thanks and get
I collected a couple of questions. I'm going to let those be asked. If you've already raised your placard for a question, please re-raise it, because I forgot to write everybody down. Chair Harris, I saw you first. You can ask a quick question. Try and keep these responses short. I'm not going to time it. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thomas, I have one question.
Sure.
How did the exec branch reach out to you and sort of try to get some information on this topic?
Okay. I don't want to ruffle any feathers, but exec only reached out to me one time. I'm kind of sorry. Anyways, and that was when I selected my fee members. Ryan Davenport came and told me that he did not support the people that I chose to be on this committee, and said that he felt that he should be on it. Outside of that, exec never reached out to me. Jeff told me that as soon as he made a decision on a veto, he'd give me a call or contact me. I still haven't been contacted by Jeff that there's going to be a veto. So I heard through the rumor mill that there was going to be a veto. Exec never told me that there was. I constantly said, hey, come talk to me. Did I not? I mean, come talk to me if you got any questions or whatever else. And I know I've said that many times with my information, and that was not. Unfortunately, it was not as much contact as I wanted. I reached out to them. I went to Jeff's office to talk to Ryan. but there was not a lot of reaching in this direction at all about any issues whatsoever.
Thomas, can I move on to the next question?
Yeah, sure,
Okay,
sorry.
next up, Verisco, Senator Verisco.
Sal Verisco off campus. I was just wondering, when we're looking at these fees, I mean, they're kind of vastly different fee ranges. We've got the library fee, which is per semester credit hour.
Sure.
Then you've got a flat fee, like the Writing Center fee, that hasn't gone up in 10 years. Is it necessarily fair to handle all these fees together?
Yeah, no, and we didn't. Is that the end of your question?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, and we didn't. We went line by line. A few of the guys can't be here, some of them don't have talking privileges, but we met many times. Okay, we went line by line. We collected all the paper information, listened to the presentations, etc. We took them one at a time. They're not looked at as a group whatsoever. You know, so I mean, we had the ability to say yes to this one, no to that one, etc. So just know that we did look at them individually.
Thank you.
Right, and
You're
to
welcome.
expand on that a little bit, the university actually had, the fee process that the university runs, which this is a part of, considers all of them at once. They come before the Board of Regents at the same time. They're considered by the university fee committee at the same time. So what we do in SGA is we put together a report on each fee increase individually and make recommendations. In years past, reports have said, we say yes to this fee increase, no to this fee increase, we take no position on this. And there were some fees in this bill that we didn't feel it was appropriate to take a position on because of who they affected. But we did consider each one on its own merits and not all of them as a group, if that's what you're asking.
Brief follow-up.
Like one sentence.
Which fees did you guys not take position on?
The
graduate
Okay.
school one, we just gave it to graduate schools.
Okay.
It didn't affect us.
Thank you.
And I'm gonna insert a comment here real quick, just to let y'all know, they just changed the committee process at the university level, because Jeff and I sit on this committee, and now also tuition is lumped in with student fees. Just so everybody's aware of that. The university committee also does tuition at the same time, so just so you know. But anyways, two more questions, Chair Barber.
That's withdrawal.
Okay,
Yeah,
Senator.
you're gonna ask your question.
Nicole Heath off campus. I know y'all did that survey with all the students. How did y'all, the same answer last time, but how did that end up turning out compared to what y'all decided to do?
Yeah, it was all given to you guys. It was all emailed out before we voted. Everybody had the survey and had the results. To summarize what happened.
Do you want to know the?
Do you want to know the results? Is that what
No,
you're
I'm
asking?
just asking, did what y'all want correlate with what the?
Okay, there were two that we did not agree with the survey. Both of them were very slight majorities, saying yes, they wanted it. It was like a 58, 48, 51, excuse me, kind of deal.
I think computer access was 53, and library was.
Yeah, there were slight changes. Mind you, the survey was not scientific, and if we're going by, sorry, does that sound like the Joe Rout line? Is that what that sounds like? Anyway, so just like, I mean, the Joe Rout thing said one thing, and what, SGA and Lofton did was another, kind of the same thing. So it wasn't, I mean, literally, we sent it on Facebook.
Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna have to close the question and answer, we're gonna have to move on.
Okay.
But anyways, thank you all.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, with that, moving on. Previous meetings minutes were sent out to you, seeing no objections, we will approve those minutes. Going once, going twice, minutes are approved. With that, moving to executive reports, Jeff, can you do your quick, try and keep it short, we're short on time. Yeah.
Well, howdy.
Howdy.
All right, because I'm going to be up here later, and because this is a long meeting with a lot of important things to discuss, and it's already 8:30, I'm going to keep this exec report really short. If you'd like an update on any of the other legislation that has already been passed and signed, please talk to Brian Davenport, or actually, more importantly, please talk to each individual vice president, if it falls under student services, talk to Kyle, academic affairs, talk to Crystal, et cetera, to see where your bills are, and they can get their student advocate teams. We have legislative tracking forms for all bills once they are signed, that the advocates and the vice presidents are tracking to know exactly where they are. And so, in the interest of time tonight, I'm not going to bring forth a long list of all of those, but there is one very important step that our university is taking right now. And I wanted to bring an update to you on where we are with that, because it directly gave us an opportunity to advocate for the bill SB 6419, which is the traditional architecture bill. So, I got a letter from, I received the memo as well as all the, pretty much campus leaders from across Aggieland got the same letter, and that was, we are going to be bringing in a university architect. And so we are contacting all of you as student leaders for this university architect search advisory committee, which basically is the group that's going to be selecting who this university architect is. So I thought, perfect. It came from Ronnie McClendon, VP of Administration, who's in charge of architecture, pretty much everything that's not academic at Texas A&M, lands on his desk. And so we sent him, we got together and thought, okay, who are we going to appoint to this? And we thought that because this is going to last past May, it might go into the summer a little bit, so it's somebody who is not a senior, and a lot of times we appoint seniors to things, and so we didn't want to do that this time, and we appointed Amanda Hathaway, which is a person. So, hey, speak of her, there she is. We're talking about the university architect. So we appointed Amanda, and in my appointment to Dr. McClendon, I sent him a memo that basically said, and I'll just read a few lines from it that lobbied for this traditional type architecture. It said, Aggieland is a beautiful place because of our people, our tradition, and our spirit. It's time for our buildings to catch up. We have landmark spaces on campus like Academic Building and Plaza, as well as the Administration Building and New Main Drive. Student Senate recently passed a bill, which I attached to this memo, that I signed, requesting traditional neoclassical architecture be the consistent theme across our campus. When promotional videos of Texas A&M, and Jessup, I think this is something you said, when promotional videos of Texas A&M are made, the spaces of campus pictured are the traditional ones because of their timeless beauty. With the completion, and here's where I think we really hone in on, with the completion of the YMCA building and the near completion of the MSC renovations, we now have 2 buildings that this future architect can use as examples of the seamless combination between traditional and progressive architecture that works so well together. The YMCA building is coming at the perfect time, in my opinion, to really be a look-up. You can do traditional architecture, still meet the energy-efficient LEED standards that a lot of universities are doing. So Texas A&M should be no different. And so I was just really excited about that, wanted to bring that to you. Obviously, I'll be up later for this discussion on student fees, and I look forward to it. Are there any questions? All right, dig 'em.
All right.
Chief Justice, okay, my turn. I'm going to come out and be the first one to say that Scott was right, and I should have done that vote the opposite direction. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. So with that, I want to let everyone know there's been some confusion as to bill submissions. You can send them to my address, or you can send them to studentsenate64@gmail.com. Don't send them to Amanda. If you've been sending them to her and she's forwarded on to me and I've gotten them, that's great. You can thank her for submitting your bill for you. But submission is to the Senate account or to me. So just FYI. And I'm sure she gets plenty of emails from y'all already about stuff. I think that's all I have, so I don't want to hold up the meeting. So anyways, thanks again. And then Amanda, you're up.
Yeah, and I just have a super brief report as well. Just so y'all are aware, next week, since it's finals, we do not have committee meetings. Your chair should already have explained to you, but you will have your committee meeting for this new business the first week of spring semester, which you'll get information about, so don't worry about it, just keep it on your radar, and that's all my
Amanda, can you just tell them about Development Day again?
Oh yeah, and Development Day is also that first week, which you'll get more information about that as well, but we're going to do a professional development event. Don't hiss it, it's good. Thanks, thank you.
It'll be good. It's exciting. Anyways, with that, we're moving on to business, finally. First up is our consent resolutions. There's only one resolution on the agenda. It was emailed out to you. Are there any objections to placing this item on the consent resolution agenda? Going once, going twice. Senator Brown's resolution passes. With that, we'll move into the veto presentation. So, Mr. President, you have 10 minutes, 5 minutes for Q&A, and then we'll move into old business.
Howdy. Howdy. Keep our the devil won't fall. No. I don't like fees either. All right. Okay, so there's been lots of discussion about this, and I think that's good. I think that this is exactly what the student body can expect with the people that they voted in to the Student Government Association. More senators, or I should say this, more students ran for student senate than ever before, at least from my knowledge. I mean, there's, I think, roughly 70 spots in here. There were about 170 people that ran to sit in this room. That's remarkable. That is awesome. For student body president, there were 5 people that ran. That's more than I've seen in my entire time here, and from what I've heard, that's a good number. And I anticipate next year there to be even more student body president candidates and even more people running for student senate because of the work that we're doing this year. I think there was a watershed moment where students said, SGA, work for us. We are your jurisdiction in between these 4 streets. Let's talk about campus issues. Let's get serious about them. And that's exactly what we're doing. From traditional architecture to now talking about student fees, I think that's exactly what we're doing. And I think that this logical discussion about these, not just these fees, but about campus services and what those look like for us, and what is a necessity, what is something that, yes, we all pay for, so it subsidizes it, so it's a good service for the majority of students, but at a cheap cost to the majority of students. That's what student fees are for. And if it's not that, and if it doesn't fall into that, then it shouldn't be a student fee. And that's part of the reason, and I'll get into this later, why we have a timeline and why we're working to reform the way that student fees are brought up and allocated and voted on. Hopefully ending that, and with some support that we're gathering, hopefully end that with student fees being in control of the Student Government Association. So with that, I want to go ahead and go into the veto presentation here. First slide, please. Our stance on fees needs to be to promote the best possible academic environment for the majority of students. That's why we're here. That's the baseline of why we're here. There are a lot of things on campus, a lot of services, a lot of things that are fun to do, absolutely. But we are here for an education, and it's our job as the student leaders to promote that. 2, represent the responsible pay-as-you-go method so that we don't end up with what we had at the Memorial Student Center, where we're having to bear the burden of a huge, massive renovation, where hopefully every student that walks through Texas A&M, their money goes directly towards what they're going to benefit from. That's the pay-as-you-go model. 3, address the root causes of the problems on campus. When we look at student fees, if there's not a problem, then why are we even talking about the possibility of raising it? If there's not a problem, then it's a clear opposition. It's a clear no. And that's the stance that we're taking, and for the most part, that's the stance that SGA as a whole is taking. And root cause of problems on campus, this is directly from our mission statement in student government. Number 4, we need to understand that greater enrollment also, for some fees, equals greater demands on services. We'll talk about IT a little bit more in depth about this specifically, specifically our networks. The fact that now a lot of you in this room, just like I, have the internet in your pocket as well as on your desk, and possibly, if you're really lucky, maybe an iPad too. One of those. Number 5, ensure that we leave Texas A&M in a better condition than when we started. And so with that, I want to go ahead and move on to the fee process and talking about what we think of it. Fee process. All non-academic fees, it is not a good process. Just like and I'm sorry for the long-winded question to Mr. Yancey, but it's a really important issue. The fact that it is a huge bureaucracy, and the further away decisions are from the people, the worse those decisions are for those people. That's why we need to get fees here in SGA. And we're working to change this process, And in our new plan that we're all working on together, that we're having meetings with General Weber and Tom Reamer from from the SFAB and others around campus, we are actually now ahead of schedule, which is huge. I got a report last night at our cabinet meeting from Kyle from SS and Bryce from Legislative Relations, and we're ahead of schedule on that, which is good because it's a process that needs to be fixed. Okay, next slide. Here's some things that we agree on. Now, I know that the only option, I don't have a line item veto, and I don't think the student body president should have a line item veto for bills like this. This should be a collaborative, slow, logical effort that we all come together to deal with. So it's difficult when I had to stamp veto on a bill that for the most part, way over half agreed with. There were a few issues on there that I think because of our student body's demand, we might need to talk about, okay, well, if we are demanding this, then we should also pay for this. If we're benefiting from this service, then we need to talk about, well then, if we're directly benefiting, shouldn't we foot the bill as well? I think that's the responsible thing to do. So, the things that we agree on. The rec center fee. Students should not pay an additional $4.08 a semester for merit raises when a number of departments dealing with budget cuts are doing without. It's just not right, it's just not fair, and I 100% agree with opposing that, and will oppose that when Tanner and I sit in the tuition and fee advisory committee. Next, the undergraduate application fee. 25% is far too much of a jump and would be a disincentive for applicants. This is an incredible time to be at Texas A&M University. The Vision 2020 and SEC, we are stepping out onto a national stage. We're getting more and more applicants every day, and we don't need to do anything that could be a disincentive for them to apply. I agree. Let's oppose the fee, 100%. And next, this is one that I've had a lot of people email me about. I've had a lot of people stop by my office and talk to me about this. I talked to Carlos, who's on exec for one of our committees, Bill, and he's a peer writing consultant in the Writing Center. And it's a great service, but the more and more I thought about it, I completely 100% agree with you. I know Fernando, who's on the fee committee, or Senator Sosa, apologize, who's on the fee committee, came and we discussed the whole process. And specifically one thing we discussed, and one thing I've been thinking a lot about is the Writing Center, thank you, is the Writing Center something that should be on the backs of all 50,000 students, or is it a service that we might need to ask students individually that want to use it to pay for it? And so right now, I completely agree. I think that is something that we should oppose. Moving on, next slide. Now let's talk about why I vetoed this. Two very simple reasons. The library fee and the IT fee. The reason I vetoed this bill is not because I love fees or because I think they're too low. That could not be further from the truth. Did you hear that? You agree? Okay, good. The reason I vetoed this bill is because the two fees that the fee committee survey supported. And, you know, I think we can talk all day about what's scientific, what's not scientific, and, you know, that's not so much what matters. What matters is that we are going out and seeking student opinion, and I applaud the survey. They got hundreds of results. Did we tip thousands or just hundreds?
It was like 257.
Okay, that's hundreds. That's more than 100. Thanks. That's more than 100. So that's good. And it's to support those that the survey supported. So I think the questions we have to ask are pretty simple. Where's the money going? How does it affect the majority of students? And has the library been responsible with the fees that we are already paying to them? Next slide. It's a dollar bill. That's what they're asking for, an increase per semester credit hour. So what it would go to, 84 cents of that would go, and I just broke it down to the small numbers so that we can really grapple with what we're talking about here. 84 cents of this would go to journal and database inflation. Okay? That's a problem, and we need to do something to fix it, and we are doing something to fix it. And I've asked Kyle, as the VP of Student Services, to look into, we're already looking into open source textbooks, which we can talk about later, but now we're looking into open source publications that can fight this ridiculous inflation. But the fact is, if we want to remain a great university with great research and great opportunities, then we have to look at, okay, well, how are we going to fund that? 84 cents. Technology infrastructure would be 16 cents of that. Let's go ahead and move on. Next slide. Where's the money going? Journals, we discussed that. We can go over more of this in question and answer. Please ask me. Next slide. Let's go to a few different things. Scanning equipment saves students money because then it moves things online. The single search box. Well, somebody please ask me a question about that. I would love to tell you about the single search box that the library is moving towards, but it will cost a little bit more money. Next slide. History of the responsibility of the library. Obviously, they have really fought, and what you'll see here, you can ask me about that as well, because we need to get to IT. Same basic questions. Has the Department of IT been responsible? How does it affect the majority of students? Where's the money going? Next slide. You can see here, you already saw this, very, very slow, steady increases to meet our demand. Next slide. Some of the highlights, like we talked about, are things that reach out to the majority of students. Next slide.
And please complete your sentence on this slide.
Okay. we brought forward saying that because of increased demand in our student body, we think that it's only responsible that if we are using these services, the majority of students, library and IT, because they have been very responsible in the past, brought slow changes when budgets are being cut, been responsible, and these are fees that really are what fees should be used for because they reach the majority of students. And those two fees are the only reason that this veto was brought forward for your consideration. And with that, I will take your questions.
There were a lot of hands in there, but that was one sentence. So with that, we have a 5-minute question and answer starting with Senator Womack.
Howdy, Mark Womack, off campus. Tell me about this single search box.
Sure. Doing a research paper this week. I'm still working on it for my 400 level comm class, and we have to show the difference of what we're finding in journals and databases and what we're finding like actual hardback books. And so right now, if you go on library.tmu.edu, you see the search box for research specifically, and you have to click between the library, LibCat, journals, and all these different options. And there's multiple times where you can waste time typing in something, go, that's the wrong one, I didn't mean to search there. What this does, it's an increase in the technology, but it simplifies it. You just put it in and then it'll break it up for you. These are journals, these are books, these are from this database, et cetera, et cetera. So it simplifies the search process, simplifying your research process, hopefully meaning less time spent on research papers.
Mr. Speaker, brief follow-up.
Yes, we have time.
Just really quickly, I know you didn't get to all of IT. What is your number one reason for supporting the IT fee increase?
Because the number one reason is, without IT, a lot of our educational experience is not possible. Our demand for IT is increasing. And what we have to look at with fees is, are they necessary for all 50,000? And IT is. And that's why I support that small, slow, steady fee increase for IT specifically. And we could talk more about how that shouldn't always just be an increase, rather that should be a mixing around of budget, saying because we're increasing more on IT, we should be decreasing somewhere else. We need to take money away from there and increase it on IT, but that's something that we're talking about in our fee reform. But the number one reason is it reaches all 50,000. Our demand's going up, so we have to be responsible.
Thank you.
Okay, so Chair Barber.
Drew Barber, CR. I was going to see if you had anything else. You just did quite a bit, but if there's anything else you wanted to expand upon about IT, I'd invite that.
Sure. Let me do it real quick. Yeah.
Stage point.
Is question and answer time supposed to be used to extend the presentation time?
A senator can ask a question and they can answer in whatever way they would like, and if they want to spend their entire question and answer time answering one question, they can do that.
All right, let's go to recent history. So I guess one slide back. So recent history of these increases. Time and time again, and Senator Barber, thank you for asking me, or Chair Barber, thank you for asking me this question. Time and time again, we talk about how huge percentages of increase, for example, the undergraduate application fee, 25% increase. We should vote that down. That's irresponsible. IT has not done that. Our demand has skyrocketed, and their budget was cut by $3 million through budget cuts. And yet the fee on the student body, while services have dramatically increased, the fee has not. It's been very slow, it's been very steady. I think that is enough to get in the door of saying, okay, let's critically think about, should we increase or should we keep it the same? Like that's the first thing that we need to look at. And so because they've done that, because those are services that reach all 50,000, and because internet has gotten better the entire time that all of us in the room have been here. I can remember sitting there waiting 20 minutes in the library to get on to do my astronomy homework. Now, I walk in anywhere and my iPhone immediately connects. We still got some work to do on Reed Arena and Kyle Field and a few other places. But, yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to expand on more, so thanks for asking.
Very brief follow-up. We don't have time, I'm sorry. More questions, a minute and a half, Senator Sosa.
Senator Sosa, Southside. Good evening, Mr. President. Thank you for being here tonight. When talking about the library fee and the journals that it would affect, you said that the question should be, how are we going to fund that? But don't you think that the question should be, how are we going to pressure the library to seek alternatives to raising costs to addressing the problem with rising journals? And wouldn't opposing that fee be the best way to pressure the library?
About 1 minute.
I don't think opposing the fee is the best way to pressure the library, because if we oppose the fee and we don't get journals or aren't able to continue our reach for journals, and then our research diminishes, and what we are able to, our resources as student bodies for studying diminishes. So I don't think that's the best way. I think the best way is to go to the root of the problem, which is the fee process as a whole, and as well as the open source publications is something that we're already looking at. But I also say that to say that
15 seconds.
the library has done a lot, and I'll talk about just one program. The difference of the just-in-case program for journals and books, etc., which says we're going to grab 10 of these so that when a student needs maybe just one of those.
Hold on, it's just about to. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, may I move to extend question and answer by, 10?
Whatever.
Five. Motion to extend by 5 minutes. There's a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We're extended an additional 5 minutes. Okay, Jeff, come on.
Okay, so the journals. Grabbing research materials has changed from from a just-in-case program where you grab 10, then when somebody needs it, I might have one, but maybe only one of those is used, to just in time, which is a program where you can use Get It For Me Now, a few of these others, that instead of buying all of those and then maybe just using one, you're saying, okay, just plan it out a week or 2 weeks in advance, and then we'll go grab that one for you. So they're making strides to cut those costs. If we want to sell these journals, we've got to be responsible for that. So Kyle, did you have anything you wanted to add about journals?
I have a little bit of expertise in this particular area. I served Speaker Wilson on the Library Users Committee. I can tell you first off, this is a huge important issue that our new dean is going to be addressing. Secondly, I can tell you that the way to pressure the library is by pressuring the system, not the actual library. The consequences are important. We have to make sure that we get out from under the thumb of this high inflationary model. But as the primary users for the library, I feel like that responsibility falls equally on us. I can tell you, though, the consequences of forcing the library to cut journal circulation is a decrease in circulation of journals that are available to students, which decreases the overall academic integrity of the library, and that's not a sacrifice I would be willing to advise President Pickering, and I know Chris Lesher, VP of Academic Affairs, would be willing to advise President Pickering or your officer team or yourselves in doing it. It comes at a cost, and the cost is to the students who fall directly after us.
Thanks.
Okay, Chairman Hunt.
Hey, I know we want to get a lot of questions here so quickly. Jeff, Thomas United Student Services, do you believe that the library and tech are using their current fees as efficiently as possible right now?
I don't know. I don't sit in on the budgetary meetings, so I don't know that I could directly answer that. But from what they've brought us, I do think so.
You think so?
I do, because I've seen incredible increases in those two services. I can't say that about everything, but I have in those.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Senator Young.
Cole Young, engineering. My question for you is more so the IT, because I'm kind of back and forth on that. Why do you think that the IT does need the funds more so than the funds that they've received in the past years? Because they honestly haven't done much with it from, how do you feel the presentation before described the IT funds? Do you think that was true or not?
Are you saying his presentation, like this year, this presentation?
Yes.
Well, I think.
No, the one that's got you.
Oh, okay. Well, I think what's important to realize is that the IT budget, I think IT services has increased dramatically. Now that is from my own use, but I can also say in the various town halls that we did. We did town halls based on going and speaking directly to student organizations, Student Engineering Council, Business Student Council, student athletes, et cetera, gone and done some flows, and when we talk about services, particularly IT, it's something that the majority of students, and like I said, it's only an effort to reach some people, but the majority of students have told me, yeah, I have seen an increase in internet services. So with that, while they didn't reach every single promise that they made, they make a lot, what they did reach is better internet services and the fact that our data centers are out of space. And that's not a one-time cost, because you go rent space in downtown Bryan, where some data centers are. The Student Affairs data center is there, and that is stuff that we are using constantly, and we are depending on it more and more and more every day.
Does that answer your question? Okay, thank you. And I'll warn off campus that I'm about to start writing names down. Senator Bowen.
Scott Bowen, College of Engineering. One of my favorite quotes ever from Ronald Reagan is trust but verify. So believe what the administrators are telling you, but at the same time, make sure, like, what has your administration done to make sure that the student fees they already receive, that these departments already receive, are being used as effectively as possible?
Well, we met with those administrators directly. I spoke with Dr. Cantrell, and I asked him specifically, explain to me, because if these are at all one-time fee increases, then, or one-time projects, then we absolutely, and I will not support a fee increase for it. If it's one time, then it's not. So we've directly reached out. Kyle was my direct liaison to all those groups. We absolutely mulled over each one of their presentations, just as we all did here in this room. And from that, we've declared that we think that they should be increased to reach our responsibilities.
Brief follow-up.
Yeah, you got 30 seconds.
So that's the trust part. As far as verify, what other research did you do besides actually talking to these administrators?
Like I said, we mulled over what they gave us. We looked at what they have come through on as well. And that's directly, I mean, is there anything else that you want to add?
I've gone through their budget.
What gets brought to me, yeah.
I don't believe they've reached 100% efficiency. I believe no organization's ever reached 100% efficiency. Are they doing the best they can? A lot of people forget, the Department of Information Technology had its budget cut by $3 million. I mean, could they be better? Yes. Are they outstanding? Yes.
Okay, that concludes our time for question and answer. With that, we'll move into a period of debate. Now, before we go into this, if you are holding up debate 4, then debate 4 is to overturn the veto. I got some nods, okay. If you're debating 4, you want to uphold the bill that we've already passed and overturn the veto. If you're voting against, then you're agreeing with the veto, and that's all. So anyways, with that, do I see debate 4? Debate 4, Senator Jessica.
Mark Jessup, Liberal Arts. Just to clarify, this is for the overturn of the veto.
Yes, this is overturn.
Okay. Really simply, I don't get too involved in a lot of the politics, and that's because I don't want to be. I do my role very simple, and when I wanted to be on the Student Senate, there was really only 2 things, and that was to represent the people that I knew didn't have a voice because they were as unpolitical as I was, and that was and the other was to keep student fees down. I refuse to believe that there is in Texas A&M University system, there is no money for these organizations, or for these departments. Literally, I talked to my family, and they said they couldn't give a care about all the little things that are going on at Texas A&M, but it's the student fees, and you cannot be bullied just by information because somebody says, we need this, we need this, we need this. You have to stand up and say, no, we are already paying you. You have to give us what our money's worth. You have to do that for us. This is a business. We're here to get an education. We're not here to serve the faculty. They are here to serve us for our education. I believe we pay them well enough money to do that. That's it. I don't want to get too involved. It's just, I strongly support keeping the student fees the way they are, and I yield to
Alright.
1 minute.
Quickly, I would pay $1 million a semester to go to school at Texas A&M. But I don't have to, because we're a great school and we know how to save money. If we go with exec and accept that this bill wasn't good enough in the beginning when 44 of us voted for it, then that's wrong. You're saying that you're going to spend the $1 million that I suggested I would spend, and that's absolutely ridiculous because we shouldn't have to. So I suggest and I plead for everyone who's not in this room right now and who didn't get up before you guys and beg and ask you guys that they don't have to pay this extra $75 a semester. Vote for them because you represent them, and I don't think they want this increase at all. So please vote with us, guys.
Okay, with that, I will see Senator Womack against.
Howdy, Mark Womack.
off campus. So just a couple things before I launch the speech. I am a student that's very concerned about student fees. That's why I support this veto. Because it's nice and convenient to paint this as the Pickering raising fees, but if you look at actually what happened, he stood against the 3 fees that don't serve all students. And then the 2 fees that are needed, he stood up for those. He actually retracted and went back to the writing center fee because he heard blowback on that and said, you know what, I'm going to move away from the writing center and support these 2 that serve all students. So really quickly, let's talk about what's going on with IT, and then let's talk about what's going on with libraries. I pay for my own school, and I care about every single dollar. But just as a quick experiment, raise your hand right now if you've got a device that connects to the internet on your person. Raise your hand. Okay. Keep your hand up if you've got 2 devices with you. Okay. That did not exist 4 years ago, 3 years ago, really. You didn't have smartphones that connect to the internet, tablets running around. IT has to raise money because they have to meet this demand. It's not an option. People want to be fiscally conservative. People want to save money, but at the end of the day, there is a demand that that has to be met. Unless you have 2 options. Let's just cut it to that. You have 2 options. You can raise money. We have to pay for what we want. If we want it, we got to pay for it because no one else is going to do it. They lost $3 million this year, and we're expecting them to find money from somewhere else. Well, if we want them to find money from somewhere else, I guess we're going to have to fire teachers. I don't know where this money's supposed to come from. It's not like we got piles of it sitting around. We have 2 options. Cut funding, cut internet service, slow it down, or leave your smartphones at home. Don't have them because they're not going to work anymore. Those are your only 2 options. It's not like we can just have our cake and eat too. If you want it, you better be prepared to pay for it. It's irresponsible to do anything otherwise. Let's talk about libraries. Libraries also got cut $3 million. They got cut $2 million. You can ask the librarians themselves. $2 million in resource and materials. That's a lot of money that has disappeared from their budget. Now they're asking for a small increase to sort of recoup that. This directly serves students. If you're using that money, if you're using those resources, we cannot slide backwards and become the Texas Tech because we simply can't afford it. Now, there is a plan and there is a compromise. There is a bill coming up that Senator Massoud and I both sponsored that after this veto is sustained, we're going to increase the tech fee and increase the library fee because those serve all students. Don't think of this and don't allow yourself to be misled and think this is the let's raise student fees on everybody. It was a great poem, but it's simply not the truth. The truth is the 2 fees that serve everybody modestly because there's demand, not because of some arbitrary whim. Pierce Cantrell doesn't hog all the internet for himself. Because there's demand for these resources, there's massive $3 million budget cuts on each of these. Either give it up or be prepared to pay for it. Those are your only options. Okay. Thank you.
I move to extend debate time by 2 minutes.
Debate time is at 15 minutes. We've only used 5 of them.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. With that, Chair McNabb for. McNabb, is he? He's out. Okay. We can come back to it. It's not a problem. Senator Bowen was next. You're the next guy.
I'm speaking. All right. Well, let me talk real fast. I keep hearing these numbers: $3 million from IT, $2 million from the library thrown around. It's important to understand what really happened with that. What happened was when the state told the university we're making budget cuts in certain areas. The Board of Regents froze tuition, and the university said, well, we have to get our money somewhere. The way I kind of see this is it's like a bathtub that has a bunch of holes in it. The tuition hole is closed. Tuition is not going up anymore. So the university is looking around and finding other places where they can get money. So they told IT, well, we're taking $3 million from y'all, and y'all can go increase fees and make it up. That's what these funding cuts are to these departments. They have nothing to do with the services being provided. They have nothing to do with the state. They are stealth tuition hikes. And so what we need to do, if we're concerned about that $3 million from IT, that $2 million from the libraries, what we need to do is we need to tell the university, give them their money back. That's our money. We paid it for those services, and the university should give it back instead of spending it. Not increase fees and make us pay for it some other way. And with that, I yield to Chair McNabb.
Yeah, time, real quick.
1 minute and a half.
Okay, just real quick, for the record, Jeff and I are going to lunch next week, so no hard feelings there. In addition to that, and just know that I understand that we're all, trying to do what we feel is best. I acknowledge that. But real quick, as student services chair, I went and met with the Butyl people. Actually, Kyle and I did early on in the fall, and they really, really needed an increase in their fee. I mean, they needed it bad, and they were out of answers. And they expected to come and us rubber stamp it like some of this stuff, and then it get passed, you know what I'm saying? And they were at their wits' end, they had to have it. And they realized that they were going to get some kickback to that, and there wasn't a lot of support for it. Instead, people, they were like, no, you need a pay-as-you-go model. And as soon as they saw resistance, they backed off and they found other funding. And it all came back. So that does happen. As far as saying that we are supporting the raising of fees because of the survey, I have an issue with that argument because that's not what happened with the Joe Rout survey. Joe Rout said one thing and exec represented another, so I'm sorry, I don't accept that. In addition to that, I feel like everybody has their mind made up, and I understand that, and just know that you are representing people less fortunate than you are in this room.
All right, thank you. With that, I'll see debate against. Chair Barber.
All right, howdy.
Howdy.
I'm not a numbers guy, I'm a theorist, so we're gonna skip all the numbers and just go straight to the theory behind it. I wanted to respond to something that Senator Jessup had to say about getting our money's worth. If there are two departments on campus that I get my money's worth from, it's IT and the libraries, guys. I would eager that there's some other departments on campus that I don't get my money's worth, but IT and the libraries, I have never ever had a single problem with, and I do a lot of work there. Something to look into there. They're good stewards of their money, they're good stewards of the state money, and they do a good job with what they have. Second, I kind of want to echo, I like Pierce Cantrell a lot, just for the record, he's a cool guy. I wrote that down for some reason. I want to echo something that was said by, I think it was Mr. Womack in regards to Pierce Cantrell is not hogging the internet for himself. Yeah, okay, here's what I don't understand. The administrators are working for students. That is their job. They're working for students. They're not taking this money, pocketing it, and going home. Guys, this money is going towards students, and it's going to help students. Okay? Returning back to the library and the IT thing. It could not be two more important issues towards the educational mission of Texas A&M, especially the libraries. The journals and the academic value, unparalleled, unbelievable. If you've done any research with journals, and you have the slightest clue about journals and academic journals, you know that how, oh my Lord, you know how important they are in terms of an academic mission. And that's something I would encourage you guys to think about. I would hate for this, I would hate for us to come to Texas Tech because we refuse to allocate some money on that. And with that, how much time do I have left? About a minute. I'll yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Berry.
Senator Berry, Southside, I would like to just mention that it was not the landslide that people keep making it out to be. We had serious discussion about amendments. We had a very serious discussion about this, and I do feel that because the amendment failed, we passed it because we needed a budget. It was true, we did. And now we get the chance to go back. We have another arm of the SGA coming to us and saying that we need to discuss this again. So I just want to remind you, we did in fact go through this and decide we needed a budget, and now we get the opportunity to fix the budget.
Okay. Motion has been made for previous question. Seconded. All in favor of previous question, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Chair will uphold the nays. With that, nays do have it, sorry. Okay, all right, fine. All in favor, please stand. Let's vote.
Who's going to change your mind?
This is
Do you want to vote on the veto?
Careful, don't, hey, if you're exec and you're standing up, squat down, you don't want to miscount.
No, please stand.
All the time. This shades. No, I would be on one side.
Okay, all opposed, stand. Please stop talking. Oh, wow, yeah, hey, that was a loud negative. Okay, yeah, so, okay, yeah, previous question. Hey, shut up.
You know what? For my SGA, I think that this is. I'm probably doing this.
I'm gonna start calling people out of order right now. Okay, previous question has been called. By default, we go to a clicker vote, but do I see a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to make a motion for a roll call vote.
Motion is made for a roll call vote and seconded. This requires a 1-6 seconds. If you want a roll call vote, raise your flag. We have 1-6. Okay.
point of information, Mr. Speaker.
Stage point.
Could you clarify one more time what a vote for does and
Yes.
what a vote against does?
A vote for is a vote for the bill as it was originally passed, overturning the veto. A vote against means that you want to vote that down, which would nix the whole bill. And I'll tell the body, I mean, there is another bill on the agenda that would be considered about fees. So we're not saying we never talk about it again. It just means this bill would not be the one that was passed. So that's an against vote. Yes, right.
Bickering against.
Alright. Myself, against. Chair Bain. Chair Smith.
Against.
Chair Barber.
Against.
Chair Snyder.
Against.
Chair McNutt.
For.
Chair Harris.
For.
Cowser.
For.
Galden.
For.
Ransom.
For.
Thornburg.
For.
Melancon. Not here. Lasavica. Riley.
For.
Robertson.
For.
S. Brown.
For.
Reeves.
For.
Keever. Miller. Young.
For.
Jane Parrott.
Against.
Bowen.
For.
Spencer.
For.
Canoe.
For.
Mandry.
For.
Saman. Chen.
Against.
Hutchison.
Against.
Casada.
Against.
Pittman.
Against.
Melendez. Toops. Moore Van Dyke. Nelson.
Against.
Altendorf.
For.
Nadinger.
For.
Kingsbury.
For.
Jessup.
For.
King. Morris. Kelly.
For.
Hernandez.
Against.
Sosa.
For.
Berry.
Against.
Hernandez.
Against.
Lehutsky. Struble. Markowski.
Against.
T. Brown. Castleja. Syrier.
For.
Esparza.
Abstain.
Heath.
For.
Hilton.
For.
Buckley.
For.
Massoud.
Against.
Lawson.
Against.
Luce.
For.
Murad.
Against.
Davis.
For.
Roberts.
Against.
Shutt.
Against.
Hill.
Against.
L. Sullivan.
For.
R. Sullivan.
For.
Van Dyne.
Against.
Briscoe.
Against.
Womack.
Against.
Adams.
For.
Henneman.
For.
Okay. That vote will be tallied. In the meantime, we will move on. Chairman
Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Steve.
I move that we rearrange the current agenda. I don't know how to do that properly, but
That'd be a motion to deviate from the agenda.
I move to deviate from the current set of the agenda.
Okay, and where would you like to go?
I would like to go from SB 6449 directly into SB 6457, followed by 61 and 63, and move below that SB 6453, 54, 55, 56, followed by 60 and 62.
Hold on. That is in order. He can rearrange it. You gotta give me those one more time in order and go slow so I can write the order.
All right, so the order would be 49, 57. So, God. Follow along on your own agenda, please. 49, 57, 61, 63, followed by 53, 54, 55, 56, 60, and 62. Do I need to give a justification?
Yeah, you can give like a 1 to 2 sentence summary.
We should really take care of these important things. Election rules are in here. The discrimination thing is in here. We need to take care of these tonight. It's what people care about tonight. And I don't want to run out of time because the debate's going to run long tonight.
Okay, these are seconds. All in favor of that rearrangement, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? And that's what we're doing now. So we're gonna, we'll get to work on typing this up. Because these are important bills that we want to get to. Chair has been made aware of the result of the veto override. The result is 433 against 26 and 2 abstentions. So the veto override fails. Okay, so with that, we will move into SB 6457, the modernized non-discrimination policy bill. Oh, I'm sorry. That's what we just did. That's veto override.
I don't know what.
Okay, all right. The non-discrimination policy bill is up. Senate, please return to order. We have a very short meeting left.
If you're a bill author, would you?
Yeah.
Okay, presentation starting. I expect orders.
A few more bill authors on this. Here. Howdy, Senate. Howdy. My name's Andrew Jancarrot. For those of you that don't know me yet, this isn't about fees anymore. I represent the College of Engineering and also the Vice President of the Gay, Lesbian, Bisexual, and Transgender Aggies. And tonight I'm here to talk to you about equality. So before I dive into this bill and what it is exactly, I wanted to start off with a little statistic that I always mention whenever I'm talking about things like this. And that's that the Princeton Review ranks Texas A&M as the least friendly public university in the entire nation for lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender people. Yeah, yes, please, thank you. It's a ranking that we shouldn't be proud of. Nobody likes to be dead last on anything, and that's where Texas A&M is right now. So I hope you keep that in mind tonight, and we'll come back to it a little later. Next slide, please. SB 6457 calls on the Board of Regents to adopt within our non-discrimination policy sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. It had a few other things in the past. Those were removed in committee, and this is what we're talking about tonight. So, next slide, please. A little bit about what all these terms mean. Sexual orientation refers to who you are attracted to. It is actually included in the non-discrimination policies of 99% of Fortune 1000 companies, representing over 15 million employees inside the United States.
Next slide, please.
At our Vision 2020 peer institutions,
out of order.
At our Vision 2020 peer institutions, 12 out of 12 of our Vision 2020 peer institutions have sexual orientation in their non-discrimination policy at their system level. And Texas A&M does not. Next slide, please. Gender identity is included in 76% of Fortune 1000 companies. Also, I think that figure is like 11 million Americans are protected there. And what really I wanted to talk about there is that the private sector has realized this is important, that LGBT people are valuable members of our workforce and we need to protect them. Next slide, please. And at 11 of our 12 Vision 2020 peer institutions, gender identity is included in their non-discrimination policies. Next slide, please. So I want to address just a few misconceptions that I've heard and that are generally typical of these types of non-discrimination policies and tell you what this bill does not do. So this bill does not require building third facilities or making bathrooms co-ed. That is not what this bill does. In a legal standing, transgender people have a sex that was legally defined and associated with them. Texas A&M provides a bathroom for those people, for transgender people to legally use. So this would not legally put any requirement on creating third bathrooms. It's not always the best way to make transgender people feel welcome, and I certainly encourage our building planners to consider the needs of transgender people when they're building restrooms. It's really easy to do. You got these big buildings, you put one restroom somewhere in the building that is a single stall unisex restroom. It's not that expensive, not that hard to do, but I support it for new construction. But going back and retrofitting old buildings, that's expensive, and I know you all are very concerned about how much things cost. So, but that's not what this bill is about, and so don't be concerned about that tonight. And it does nothing to undermine our public safety. If a crime is committed in a restroom or anywhere else, it does not matter what you're wearing or how you identify yourself. This would not create any kind of statute that would affect or change that. Next slide, please. So what this policy does do is it makes Texas A&M a more welcoming, equal, and supportive institution, and it increases the competitiveness of the university in recruiting and retention. This is really what it's all about. Queer people are a little afraid of Texas A&M. When I tell people from other institutions that I go to, they're like, "You go to Texas A&M?" I'm like, what's wrong with you? But I support and believe in this institution, and I want to make this place a better place for all. So next slide. I put this in here because I wanted to show you once more what opposition to this bill looks like. And this was a comment that was written today on an article in the Battalion. I don't know this person, but I did leave his name on there because I think when you say something like this, it's important that people see it. In regards to LGBT people, because they don't belong here, Texas A&M has a proud history of being one of the few conservative institutions in the nation. We have higher morals than those liberals in Austin. If gays want to go somewhere where their sinful life can be accepted, then by all means go to TU, because they're not welcome here and for sure aren't Texas Aggies. When I read that today, it was, well, a call to action. And next slide, please. It really made me believe, reminded me of why I do the work that I do. You see, I believe in the Aggie Code of Honor. I believe that no Aggie should have to lie about who they are out of fear of losing their job. I believe that no Aggie should be cheated out of the best possible college experience because they are different. And I believe that no Aggie should have their dignity stolen by hate and bias. And I do not tolerate those who let their ignorance and fear degenerate into prejudice. A vote against this bill is a vote against equal protections for all. It is a vote against equality, and it is a vote against your fellow Aggies. Like I said, a call to action starts with a single voice. You have heard the call from me. You have heard it from your fellow Aggies here tonight. You have heard it from over 100 student authors of this bill. You have heard it from 8 other student senators, and you have heard it from Regent Jim Schwertner. Tonight, we are all calling you to join with us and proclaim that it is time to join our peer institutions. It is time to say loudly and clearly that Texas A&M will be a more friendly place for queer people. It is time for equality, and it is time for Texas A&M. Thank you.
I hate to call it, that's an amazing speech. The one thing I will say, I've had conversations with different people, and the main argument I've gotten against this is not, I haven't heard anybody suggest that, oh, we want the university or the system to be able to fire people based on their sexual orientation, their gender identity. Nobody's saying that. So for me, that's if you don't want that, this is a no-brainer. This is a pass to the bill. The one thing I have heard, and I do want to painfully address, is this bill necessary? I think the comment that we just saw here kind of shows that, yeah, it is necessary because that could easily be somebody's boss in the system. But more importantly, if we want to do the is necessary text, pieces of legislation, I'd really ask that we wait till we get to the coffee bean bill or the paper waste bill or the let's put up the agenda on the wall bill, and not the bill that has 100 student authors and a giant petition behind it. Is this necessary? I absolutely think so. Maybe you don't think it's necessary. I would disagree with you. But I will say that a vote because you don't think it's necessary is counterproductive and a double standard, because I guarantee you, I have, you have, we all have, voted on things that weren't necessary. If this bill does nothing but make 5, 6, 7, 100 people happy, and is at least an attempt to make A&M a more welcoming environment, then why not? I think the argument that this is somehow unnecessary is completely arbitrary. And you know, if you're going to use the necessary standard, then you best be prepared to have that debate from now until forever, because I really don't think that that's a legitimate standard, and it's a double standard to measure this bill by. This is a great piece of legislation that does something, you've seen the statistic, that we really do need to address this university. So while we might disagree on various points, nobody wants anybody to be fired based on who they are, what they believe, and that's what this bill does. That's all there is to it. I don't want to hear any other arguments about necessary or some sort of counterproductive backdoor way of trying to attack this bill. If you're going to attack this bill, let's have it out straight up and in front. It says, no, I think they should be fired who they are, something like that. Because that's to me the only logical way to attack this bill, and I'm proud to have that debate.
Further presentation? No, that's it? Okay. All right, with that, moving to question and answer, 5 minutes. Senator Bowen, you're up first.
Scott Bowen, College of Engineering. Between when this was introduced and now, several protected classes have been removed from the discrimination statement. Among those were marital status, pregnancy, political affiliation, ancestry, and ethnic origin. So, do you believe those groups should be discriminated against, or why did you remove them?
Not at all, not at all. Let me address that. I should have talked a little bit more about it. Those groups were removed because certain members inside the Legislative Affairs Committee said they were redundant. And for example, and I don't particularly agree with that. I think ink is cheap, and I think we should spell everything out, and it would just be great. But that was how the bill was not going to pass through Legislative Affairs with those protections. And I'd say, let me explain redundant a little. Pregnancy has a legal standing of being protected inside sex in our non-discrimination policy. So that was kind of the rationale for removing them like that.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Davis.
Senator Davis, off campus. Andrew, real quick, would you tell us the difference between the university's non-discrimination policy and the system's?
Right. So at the Texas A&M University, we have they're pretty much the same, but the university actually does have sexual orientation inside of it, but the system policy does not. So this is about updating the policy that will affect the most people. It will affect over 100,000 people at Texas A&M in the entire system, students, faculty, and staff. So that's it. Yeah.
Okay, Chair Harris.
Chair Harris, off campus. I have a quick question. Would the bill authors support a friendly amendment to Enacted 3? And just, if I could preface just a little bit, because we're sending it to the system, I would like it to be sent to at least the other system schools, student government associations.
Absolutely.
Is that fair?
Absolutely.
That you can't friendly amend at this point. You can make a formal amendment, or we could just do that.
Okay.
So it's not yes, you can just make it by unanimous consent.
Yeah,
we could do that. Good.
Is that order during question?
Yeah, it's out of order during questions, so somebody just remember to make that motion and then, can you get it in writing to us? Sure. So we're ready to begin.
Send it to whoever you want.
Okay, with that, Chair Barber.
That's withdrawn.
Okay, Chairman Pat.
Patty Thomas, McNutt, Student Services. Andrew, I think I'm a little bit more clear on this because I talked about it in committee, but I don't think everybody is. Can you please explain gender identity and what that means, because I was confused till I asked.
Gender identity refers to how you see yourself and how you see yourself inside the gender binary that we have in our society. So whether you see yourself as a man or a woman or neither, that is what gender identity refers to.
Brief follow-up?
Sure.
Is there a difference between that and sex, gender and sex?
Yes. So sex refers to more the biology of who you are. It refers to your anatomy, your chromosomes, your hormone levels, and but gender is really how you see yourself within society.
Thanks, Blake.
Okay, Senator Roberts.
Ben Roberts, off campus. Texas A&M University already has a non-discrimination policy. In your opinion, what else could we do to stop discrimination?
I think the important first step is to expand the non-discrimination policies. Does this really go more towards addressing climate or just stopping discrimination? Just stopping discrimination. So I think that having a broad and accepting non-discrimination policy is the first step. I think having it be having our administrators constantly reaffirm their commitment to non-discrimination. I think that's a wonderful step to take. And I think having these discussions where we show our commitment to equal protections for all those are three things that I definitely
You'd be shocked to know how many employees are actually under the system and not the university that are actually in College Station.
TEKS, the Health Science Center, all those different auxiliaries that we don't really necessarily think of as under the system are technically under the system, so they don't have any sort of anti-discrimination protection.
Okay, with that, Chair Barber. A little less than a minute.
Sorry, Drew Barber, Community Relations. Andrew, in my past, been working with marginalized groups. I'm all for extending these protections, but when do these protections, here's what I'm getting at is do we do enough to cover everybody? And what would you say justifies the difference between myself, say I'm colorblind, and the university discriminates against me in some way, and other things there? So what would your distinction be between the two of those, just as an example?
I think, and this gets to the reason of why this and not that. And I think the answer to that is that these groups represent historically marginalized populations. And if you can show discrimination based on other aspects, I would be happy to work with you.
Also, things like colorblindness will be covered in disability services, and disability legislation as well. So, there's a gap with these categories, and that's what this legislation is seeking to fill.
Thank you.
With that, move into a period of debate on this bill. Do I see debate for? Oh, yeah, right, I'm sorry. So we're gonna, do we have unanimous consent to send this to the other system SGAs?
There's more, yeah, there's an extra one.
Okay, can I take a look at this? Make sure. Yeah. We're adding back in marital status, is that correct?
Adding back marital status, pregnancy, and affiliation.
Okay, all right, first I'm gonna ask, can we add both of those by?
Yes.
Okay, objection to, enacted one marital status thing, marital status pregnancy.
That's not the amendment that he was gonna make.
You're
We're
right.
not making it friendly. It's a
Okay.
formal amendment.
Okay, this is, so both of these.
I thought that was the unanimous consent.
Okay, both of these form.
Yeah.
You wanna make this one motion?
Both form.
Okay, so it's one motion.
One motion.
All right, I'm explaining it real quick. One motion, enacted one, we're adding marital status, pregnancy, and political affiliation back into it. And then we're adding enacted three, we're also adding all of the SGAs within the Texas A&M University system. Those are the two things that we're adding. First debate for Senator Woolman.
I think Cody was right to deal with concerns with his students. I don't think anybody is concerned about the second half of the amendment, which says let's send it to everybody, all the SGAs. That's non-controversial. The one I do want to address is adding the three statuses: pregnancy, marital status, and political views. I think those are things that traditionally have been discriminated against. I know that there has been problems in the past with those groups. I supported them originally being in the bill. I know Andrew does as well. There was some debate about whether or not they were necessary in the LA committee. I think that's a question for the body. I don't think pregnant women should be discriminated against. I don't think people should be discriminated, no matter how much I might disagree with their political views. Or I definitely don't think people should be discriminated against based on if they're married or not, especially children. And so, way to stick up for the married too. So I don't think, I think, there might be some more, I'm happy to hear things, but I think this is really non-controversial. It's three categories, again, that fit that category where they might not have protection like colorblind people in disability services, because there's no discrimination policy looking out for them. That's one. And it's not so arbitrary as someone might give the argument like, well, then they'll add left-handed people or something crazy like that. Well, you're not seeing Facebook statuses about left-handed people aren't asses, right? So, we have seen people be fired because they've gotten pregnant in the past, because they're married, because they have children to take care of, or because of what they believe politically. Those are three very specific. It's not just throwing things up on the wall. Those are traditionally discriminated against categories, and they have a rightful place in this anti-discrimination legislation. With that, I yield to the chair.
All right, so just one quick example of a way that somebody can be discriminated against. Say somebody, let's take political affiliation. You're being hired by somebody. Somebody affiliates with one political ideology. They somehow figure out that you don't, and they don't hire you based on those grounds. It's not in the policy, I mean, somebody can make an argument. Hopefully that wouldn't happen. But ink doesn't cost that much. It's literally like 5 words. So just vote for this. Thanks.
Okay. And with that, debate against, I'll see Senator Davis.
Senator Davis off campus. If y'all are curious, I was the one in the LA meeting that wanted these out of there for the main purpose of pregnancy is already protected under federal law. You can't discriminate based off that. It was amended under Title VII as part of what's considered sex. I think it's number Amendment G, you can go look it up somewhere. 1986. Secondly, marital status and political affiliation are already federally protected for federal jobs. And I wouldn't be shocked if they try to do that here, that you can make the argument that the school gets federal money, so it falls under the state purview. Like, we wanted this stuff out of the bill because if we're gonna ask people to be serious about sexual orientation, and I'm not wild about gender identity and expression, but if we're gonna ask the system to be serious about this, let's not give them a bunch of nitpicky things to go, well, they're just adding a bunch of stuff so I can amend it to add left-handed people, genders, or, you know, in my opinion, Democrats. But, hey, that's why we wanted it out. And I think we should keep it out because let's not hide what the true purpose of this bill is. It's for equality of sexual orientation and gender identity and expression. And with that, I yield to the floor.
Motion is made for previous question. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And it was seconded, I'm sorry. All opposed, please say nay. Okay, we're gonna take a vote on the amendment. All in favor? Yes.
Oh, I was gonna.
Okay, all in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Nay. Being chair, the amendment passes. So, yes. Okay, motion, another amendment. So this one passed. Next up is the student amendment. Can you please give us tell us what it is? And send it, please stay in order.
My amendment, which is on the desktop here, formal amendment number 1 and more formal amendment number 2, that's the backup. I want to strike out everything that was highlighted in that center part there in an action clause 1. Now, Gas, hear me out here. All I want to do is replace it with what I argue is a broader discrimination policy. That is it in the quotes, and then I'll be happy to debate that, Mr.
Okay. I'm sorry, say that again?
One person preference, can we see them side by side?
Just, yeah, can we just, okay, so, yeah, no, I'm sorry, I was, okay. So State Point Center was,
One for personal preference, can this be email?
yeah, we'll get an email to you in like 2 seconds. Okay, so there they are side by side. With that, we're going to move into debate, and I'll give first debate for Senator Two.
Howdy. Okay, Senator Womack, you and I are very good friends.
We are.
So, I think it's unfair. I think it's very unfair to say that anyone that opposes the language that was in this bill is in favor of discrimination. I think that's unequivocally unfair. I disagree with you. Let me tell you this. If you go around and you find somebody who's transgender, and you call them out, you call them a whatever name, I don't want to use them, because I don't agree with them. But if you call them a bad name, shame on you. Cadet Colonel, smoke them. What I would say is that anybody that has that kind of discriminatory intent, that bias, that prejudice, shame on them. It's unchristian, it's un-American. But, when it comes to this particular bill, I do have qualms with the legal implications of this. I think they're unknown. I think they are unknown. You can't definitively give me an answer, okay? And I think what this does is eliminates the potential legal issues that could come from this. I don't know what they are. None of us know what they are. And instead adopts a general anti-discrimination statement. This solves the issue of putting all these classifications on paper, adding color blindness, left-handedness, how tall you are, 6 foot, 5 foot, midgets, etc. I didn't mean, I meant if you're small, right? Everything I apologize. That's not what I meant. But I meant to say that there are tons of protected classes that we're not covering. Okay? Height, that's one. Left-handedness, that's one. Colorblindness, that's another. What this does is broaden this out. I want to read this last sentence here. Further, the system opposes all forms of discrimination and harassment against individuals in any decision-making process when the classification or equality used as a basis for discrimination is not reasonably related to the decision to be made. If you're fired because you're transgender, that's unreasonable to me. Okay? And I put my faith in the system officials to make that judgment call, to internally within their own policies and procedures to adapt whatever classifications they want based on this. This is what the students say. We are opposed to all unreasonable discrimination. System, figure it out. I don't want to get into the habit of putting in place classification after classification after classification. That is my intent with this. I'm not trying to be in favor of discrimination against anybody. Please understand that. Semicolon. please support this amendment, comma, thanks, and get going. Period.
Sorry, I said 20 seconds, not finish your sentence.
I heard,
but
it's all good.
It's all good. Okay, several more. I can't remember the last time I ever debated against each other, Cody. There's 3 things I want to cover with this amendment and why I oppose it. First, this is the easy way out. Let's be real. This would be the least controversial sort of blanket, we don't like discrimination statement. Okay? That honestly would make me feel good. And I supported something like this in the 61st session. But now that I've had time to reflect upon it, I see that it's no good. For the next 2 reasons. First, Cody, you want to talk about unknown legal ramifications. If we were to use that excuse, nobody would have any rights because you never know what right you're going to have before you do it. And I don't own property, so I guess I never would have gotten to vote because God knows what happened if we let those landless people vote. That's a terrible argument to set up non-discrimination policy. It's completely erroneous. We do know, however, the legal ramifications, and this is really, really critical, and I do want everyone to pay attention to this. You want to talk about ambiguous legal language, unreasonable discrimination? Oh man, that is ambiguous. What do you mean I got fired for being incompetent? That's completely unreasonable. That is what we're talking about. That is the difference. With these, it's not a laundry list. It's actually very specific terms. We know the definition. No one's adding up crazy things. We know specifically, hey, you can't fire me based on sexual orientation. The system agrees, it's done. There's no arbitrary, capricious definition of unreasonable that we have to debate about, that we have to define. We don't have to put faith in system officials. We can write this in the language. This does not address the real concerns that were presented in the Princeton Review, that were presented on Mr. Fry's Facebook status. Those are real concerns, and I do want you to have the courage, and I don't think you're discriminating against anybody, Cody, so that wasn't a misspeak, but I want you to have the courage to say, hey, these particular groups that have been discriminated against, these particular groups that have been discriminated against at our university, these particular groups that have been discriminated against in our university and with our name, calling people not Aggies. That is something that I will not tolerate. That is something that I will stand up and say, no, I don't want a vague statement. I don't want a no discrimination whatever statement. I want to be specific. I want to say, hey, that's not allowed. This is too vague to be allowed. Unreasonable opens us to a legal can of worms. This is specific. It is not a laundry list. There are no negative ramifications for passing this. I urge you to take a strong stance and vote against this amendment. Mr. Speaker, I call previous question. Motion's been made for previous question, seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Nay. Any of the ayes do have it. We'll move to previous question. All in favor of Senator Massoud's amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Division. All in favor, please say aye. Make up your mind, real quick. Make it up. Okay, opposed? Yeah, definitely fails. So, with that, Senator Massoud's amendment does not pass. And now we will finally amend, motion, okay, another motion to amend.
Mr. Speaker, I make the second amendment to clarify the scope of this. It's about whether you're being employed or whether you're being allowed to be in a student organization or part of a classroom or part of a committee project. That is what discrimination is about. I wanted to clarify that. That's my opinion. I'll make that.
Okay, it's in front of everybody, so let me write this down. Okay, with that, first debate, I'll see. Stage point. Can you read it out one more time? Yeah, so, Senator Massoud, I'll let you read it.
Sure. Just to clarify, in Action Clause 1 is called insert in employment or membership between discriminated against. I believe that should be the second sentence at the very end right here. I'm going to use my shadow. Right there. The system does not discriminate in employment or membership against individuals on the basis of intellect. Does that make sense? Okay. Debate 4. Yeah, take 4 minutes. Okay. When I talked about the potential legal ramifications, what I'm talking about is what is this policy, what does it apply to, okay? Are we talking about mandating anti-discrimination, or are we mandating that, you know, anything else under the sun? The building of facilities, I would argue sometimes that could be construed that way, to where you might have to construct their facilities. Now, in majority of cases, it's not, okay? I respect that and I yield to that, but it could be. And as anybody who wants to cover all your bases, this is what I'm covering. I want to limit the scope to what I hope was the author's intent, to focus on anti-discrimination in these areas. So, Mr. Speaker, I yield to anybody. Senator Jim Carter?
I'm fine with this.
Any debate against? Going once, going twice, chair deems debate one-sided. We'll take a vote on this amendment. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? And that passes. So that is now in bill. So now, further amendments? Going once, going twice. Okay, with that, we'll move to debate for the entire bill. Do I want to see debate for the entire bill? Somebody, yes, stage one.
I should have asked this earlier, but in reference to the pregnancy and marital status, I have a scholarship that does not allow me to get married or have a baby. That doesn't say pregnant, so it refers to guys as well. But it's the Terry Scholarship, so it's private, but it goes through Texas A&M University. Will that affect?
No, because, at least to the best of my knowledge, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but if an outside scholarship donor can put whatever restrictions on your money they want to.
You have to go through Texas A&M University first.
It's
a multi-step.
Hold on. Yeah, talk to him. To my understanding, I mean, the Terry Scholarship, the Terry Foundation, I assume, is the ones who administer it. They can put whatever restrictions on it they want because they're a private company. Now, and A&M has no choice but to uphold whatever they're doing as far as administering that money. Anyways, with that, sorry, debate 4. Somebody had their hand up for debate 4. Senator Briscoe. Senate, please return to order.
In my opinion, or Tyler Briscoe off campus, this bill doesn't hurt anybody. I mean, all it does is add protection. How can you vote something down that is just going to increase what you protect? Does it cost any money? It doesn't offend anybody. It's easy. It's an easy pass. I mean, it mirrors similar non-discrimination policies used in corporate America to the T. I mean, these policies are pretty much mandated by all companies. If anything, it protects the university from lawsuit, and that's something great. So if anything, it's going to save us money. It's such an easy pass. Just vote for it. And I yield to the floor.
Okay. Yield it to the floor. Debate against the bill? Going once? Going twice? Chair deems debate one-sided. We'll move into a period of voting on the bill. This is de facto clicker vote. So please activate your clicker.
Oh, I missed it. Okay.
Okay. Senate. Do we need more time, anybody? Okay, yeah, we do need more time. Okay. Senator Heath, are you okay, or you got it? Did you vote? Okay, all right. Go ahead. Oh, wait, whoa. Let's see what's still left. Do you need more time? No, okay. Wait. Yeah, close it. Yeah, close it. Okay, there you go. There's the results. Definitely passes. With that, Senate, we have got to get through this. Speaker Howard.
Okay, I move to amend all of the following times, like presentation time is moved to 5 minutes instead of 10 minutes. The question and answers to 2.5 instead of 5, and debate to 5 instead of 10 in order that we can second.
Okay, that question is made, been seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, enter the ayes have it. We are amended. With that, we're moving on to SB 6461, Opposition to Off-Semester Student Fee Implementations Act. We have 5 minutes starting. Howdy, let's rock and roll. Ms. Clear? Yes.
Do we have said bill?
It's on.
Sorry, it's on. Give us 2 seconds. Sorry. Okay, all right. We're gonna go ahead and start the presentation.
Howdy. Okay, 6461. All right, the spirit's getting in the way. I know I just totally blew the entire image for everyone. 6461 really represents the entire reason that I became a senator, and I came into Senate because of the mandatory meal plans and the process that they were imposed on the students over the summer when no students were here. I guess you could say some administrators were being very naughty. There you go, make that a major joke. So, as I was doing my 13 months of digging into mandatory meal plans, I found that there was a memo that was sent within Exec SGA from one of the special advocates to the SBP, suggesting that the SBP should lobby in favor of the mandatory meal plans. So, what this is saying is that that's never going to happen again. In fact, it will be the standing position of the Student Government Association that if the students are not there and not involved in the process, that we will oppose it out of principle. The Senate can then, if we discover, we come back and we discover, oh, we've got this new 25-cent fee, and it turns out that it saved 1 million puppies and kitties. The Senate can then release an opinion that says, we're okay with that particular fee in this case. However, the standing position will be, we are going to oppose it out of the principle of the way how this was implemented upon us. Shared governance is a Vision 2020 principle. Let's keep the students involved in what the students are paying for.
Ditto. Make unanimous consent request to amend in action 1. Can you scroll down real quick? I just need to change the number. All right, up top, change. You see where it says 904 and then 904? Change that to 905 and 905. Unanimous consent.
Okay, I don't think anybody's gonna have a problem with that. We'll call it grammatical. I have purview over grammar.
I was putting it in the wrong chapter code. Ditto what he said. This is just about if something's brought up in the shady time, we stand opposed to it until such time as we have the chance to meet and to come up with an opinion. Yield.
Okay, Zach, conclude your presentation?
Yes. I guess unanimous consent bill be considered.
Oh, yeah. Okay, with that, we're moving to 2.5 minutes of question and answer, starting with Chair Barber.
Drew Barber, CR. At first, I kind of thought about this as a joke, and I thought about it this kind of seriously. What if they were to impose some sort of double negative? The administration wants to impose some sort of double negative fee. Does that make sense? So what if
positive fee?
What if administration were to come out and they were going to say, well, we're not going to make them buy mandatory meal plans, and then we'd automatically be opposed to that, or might as well?
It's the specific language is the implementation of any new fee that would increase.
That wouldn't be any
Yes.
new fee.
That would be the cancellation of the fee. We're
a
fine with
service
that.
charge.
Charge us less money. I am all in favor of that. Any administrators watching, charging us less, good.
Okay, Senator Clugston.
Yeah, it's not.
Mark Clugley, off campus. Just to clarify what you just stated, that's a new fee. I just pulled up the bill for the very first time. It wasn't in my email. Is there an amendment to an existing fee? Is that still in the language, or is that still opposed, via our passing this bill?
This is not the committee version.
This is not the committee bill.
Thomas, do we have the committee version?
Did it not get emailed?
I asked you about this before.
Oh, the one that needs to be re-emailed?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, we got it. Oh, that's okay. I forgot you told me to be the gate. Yeah, hang on. You wanna D, I mean.
I can take questions, Mr. Speaker, and we'll deviate.
Okay, all right. We're gonna keep taking questions, further questions. Senator, I'm sorry.
Did we answer Senator Clugley's question?
Are you satisfied?
If you don't have the bills that you were voting voting on, then you can't assure me that the verbiage is there.
Okay, touche. We'll get back to you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, further questions? Hold on, we're not ready for motion. Senator Womack, do you have one?
Yeah, Mark Womack, off campus. Just real quick, to save us a little time, so we're not deviating from the agenda, this is heart stall tactic, and legitimately a question. Is there a difference between that and, or is there a major difference between what McNutt is sitting for now and what you have up there?
There are two main differences. There's two whereas clauses that says that
Okay.
we like shared governance and we're the voice of the students. And then the other difference is when we're defining fee, quasi-fee, service fee, there's like 7 different words that we're defining that all mean fee. We mentioned that this will include any increase in tuition or differential tuition.
That's correct.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes, go ahead. One sentence.
What is going on with you guys?
Okay, point of information.
Yes.
I apologize that the person who normally, the committee doing the computer stuff, wasn't there, and so it's a different computer, and that's why. A little bit of inconsistency, but Caroline,
I'm sending it out
email
right
too.
now.
So it's there now.
Yeah.
Sorry, somebody was sick.
Okay, so. I'm doing great, Mark, how are you?
That's out of order, sir, you know.
Okay, all right. With that, question and answer has expired, so I just sent it. Everybody okay? Can we go into debate? All right, debate 4, chairs.
Guys, this is great. I'm not gonna spend too long on it. It's the same thing with people. You're innocent until you're proven guilty. In this case, the students want lower fees until we say otherwise. And I yield the floor.
Okay, debate against. Going once, going twice. Seeing none, chair deems debate one-sided. We'll move into a quick vote on this piece of legislation. SB 6461. Get them out, get them ready. Please don't degenerate into a madhouse while you're pushing a button. Yes.
I move to deviate from the agenda to consider SB 63, 68.
Preserve the Senate bill?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, motion has been made, go ahead and state, give a 1 2 sentence summary why you want to do that.
So that roughly 14 senators don't get kicked out tonight. How about that? That'd be great.
So, with that being said, we get to take debate on this, so go ahead and explain the debate.
Okay, I'm gonna explain more in the presentation of the bill. Basically, because opinion booths didn't happen and it's still in the bylaws, this addresses that for this semester, and then I'm going to talk about a plan that we're going to move forward next semester to fix the problem that we had this semester with the opinion booths. Period.
Okay, you good?
Point of information, what bill is this again?
This is the Preserve the Senate bill. 6468, which is emergency legislation for this meeting. State your point.
He's debating whether or not we should deviate from the agenda.
Oh, I just told him to debate. I started the timer on debate.
Okay, but that's what he just did.
Yeah, it's a debatable motion. I get him first recognition.
Does that make sense?
I'm good.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
We're not on the.
Any debate against going to this bill before we go back to the reorder?
Personal inquiry?
Yes.
What was the other bill we're gonna go to instead?
Election regulations. Okay, so there is debate, he's not here right now. You just doing debate against it? Okay.
This has been the last sentence I say, that I think election regulations are a whole lot more important than this. We should go opinion booths anyway. What ends? Vote no.
Those are last things for the night.
Okay. Sorry, does that conclude the debate?
Move to previous question.
Motion to make the previous question.
That's out of order.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, you debated against. Yeah, okay. Motion made for previous question. All in favor of previous question on deviating, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Nay. Sure, the ayes have it. Okay. All in favor of deviating to the preserve the Senate bill right now, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Division. All in favor, stand quick.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deviating is a majority, I believe. 31, all opposed, stand. I didn't mean to share that you guys do have this. Okay, yeah, so, we're going to the Preserve the Senate bill now, 5-minute presentation. This is emergency legislation, so we are, even though this is new, we're voting on it tonight. Take it away.
Howdy. Hey. All right, so I'm going to run through this really quick. Basically, I've said it before, not enough people signed up for opinion booths to actually justify having them. Unfortunately, it's still in the bylaws. We can't just cancel them because we have to live within our bylaws. And so basically this takes them out of the bylaws for now, and then we're going to come back with another item for new business that's going to replace this system with something that I feel is going to be a lot more productive. But the opinion booths will still be there. So just because you're voting to take them out now, we're going to put them right back in a different part of the bylaws at our very next meeting. So moving on, basically it strikes Article 9, Section 12, which is the opinion booth section. It then moves the section after that because it wouldn't make sense anymore. It moves it somewhere else. And it also says that any senator who actually signed up for it with the intentions of doing opinion booths shall get a 1/4 absence forgiveness. Any senator who actually did participate in it, regardless of the fact that they were canceled, will receive 1 absence forgiveness, and so a full absence, they'll be forgiven. And any senator who spoke before an organization this semester will receive 1/2 absence forgiveness per organization that they spoke to. So, questions?
Okay, with that, questions? Senator Riley, sorry. Take it away.
Jake Riley, college back. So what will happen if we don't pass this tonight? Will all the senators who didn't participate in these opinion booths be kicked out of the Senate?
That's a very good question. Yes, they will. 7 senators will be kicked out, assuming when we adjourn the meeting tonight. 7 more will be within 1 absence away. That's 20% of the student senate. I would say that we probably don't want to kick out a 5th of the Senate. So.
Okay, yeah, Senator Hutchinson.
Who were those citizens?
I will refer that to.
I think it's public information. Yeah.
Is that just the people in jeopardy or the people that would be removed?
Oh,
All 14?
Your attendance has been sent to you. Everybody should be getting attendance emails.
Well,
Point of information.
Stage
So
point.
what did it not doing an opinion booth counts against you as an absence?
Yes. Basically, you're supposed to do 3 hours of opinion tabling per semester. Originally, they count 1 absence. We changed that in the 63rd to be 1/4 absence. So you'll get 3/4 of an absence. Everybody will. Every senator in this room will get 3/4 of an absence if we do not pass it.
Okay, next, Senator Young. Stage point.
Directed at Speaker Hathaway, can we, this may be out of order, but can we not answer this question? I really don't even want to open the door to playing the game of let's pass a bill so certain people get saved or
Yeah, sustained. We won't do that. I mean, everybody should, you've been getting regular attendance updates from the Hathaway, so. Anyway, Senator Young next.
Cole Young, engineering. Have you ever seen the movie Wanted?
I don't believe I have.
Ah.
Don't do it.
Alright.
Okay, Senator Roberts. Senate.
Peyton Roberts off campus, you said that you're gonna take this away and then bring it back, but I'm seeing this bill, how are you
Okay.
gonna bring it back?
I'm sorry, okay. There is a separate bill that's being considered as just new business. It says on the agenda that it's emergency legislation. However, it's just a regular bill. It will go to committee, it'll go to RR committee, and they'll kind of sort it out, and it'll come back up for new business at the first meeting in the spring.
Is it the same rules, same opinion booths, or is it completely changed?
It is the same, and then additional things added for people who opinion booths aren't your thing, so you want to do something different.
Okay, further questions? Senator Nelson.
Ethan Nelson, College of Geoscience. Has there ever been a semester that these opinion booths have gone through?
That's a very good question. They have gone through. Whether or not they were effective is questionable. They have never operated as the bylaw states that they should operate. And so that's why we are revamping this and creating a point system basically to reflect the point systems that other SGAs and other universities have.
Further questions? About 15 seconds. Go. Yeah, Senator Massabica.
For all the senators that did sign up with the intention of doing this, are they still getting absences for following through?
No, they'll get an absence for you.
Okay, but there's nothing against.
No, they will. No, there's nothing against people who didn't sign up.
If the bill passes.
Yeah,
Without the bill passing, if they signed up but didn't do it, they get absences.
But it was canceled.
No, we can't cancel it. That's what we're doing now. We're canceling them now.
It was, I can answer that from a bylaw standpoint. It was advised that it would become optional. It wasn't canceled, some people still did it. So, anyways, there's a lot of chatter, and I can't see who it is, but if I do, I will start calling people. With that concludes question and answer. So with that, move into a period of debate on this bill. Do I see debate for? Senator Massoud, I'll see you first.
Howdy. Howdy. All right. I want to debate for this with a qualification. The reason why Senator Mark Womack is probably going to debate against, but I'm going to use it as a proof. Listen, if the bylaws say something, do it, period, okay? Yeah, just get the job done, okay? It's really not rocket surgery, okay? If the bylaws tell you to do something, do it. I don't care how unfeasible you may think it is. I don't care whether you think that the opinion booths don't matter. The bylaws told you to do it. Do it. Okay? Now with that said, we have a little bit of a problem here. Because this wasn't done, which I believe was a problem and an incorrect step by leadership, I'm just going to say that publicly right now, that was a misstep of leadership that should have been done. Because of that, you all are going to suffer, and I think that that's unreasonable. And so that's why I urge you to support this bill. Not because I'm in favor of getting around the bylaws. Come on, I'm the rules guy. This is like hurting my soul. But I am not in favor of punishing those individuals who signed up for it, but then for no fault of their own, this was canceled, and so they didn't go through it. Right? That's crazy. So, I yield. I mean, does anybody want to yield it to me?
Sure.
Senator Ball.
I wanted to say a couple of things really quickly. First of all, let's stop adjusting the calendar so that we can all get the bill we think is most important. All of these bills are important, and we don't leave until we get all of our work done. Now onto this. Onto this bill. This was something we struggled with last year. When I had to keep track of absences, we had to pass a fix really quickly to prevent a bunch of people from being kicked out, because it used to be one absence per hour you missed. And I think this speaks to a larger issue of people trying to use the bylaws and use the absence policy as a punishment for not doing things. It is your job to talk to constituents. It is your job to go to meetings, to go out and talk to people. But I can't support using absences as a kind of high school student council point system to see who's gone out and done a certain number of hours, who's gone out and talked to organizations. That's not how we should do everything. Absences should be, if you show up at a meeting, you don't get one. If you don't show up, you do get one. And if you get enough, you get kicked out. It should be that simple. Let's make it that simple, and let's pass this bill.
Okay. Point of information, Mr. Speaker. How many senators signed up for the opinion booths?
I hate doing this, but I'm going to direct it back to you.
Counting myself, 8.
Okay. I don't like doing that, but it is relevant. So with that, I'll move to debate against Senator Womack.
Howdy. I think hopefully this bill will pass, because I don't want to see a lot of people kicked out, but I do think it's really upsetting. Cody, I want to cross-apply the whole first part of your speech. If the bylaws tell you to do something, you do them. You don't just say, well, screw those bylaws, they're out of here. That's not responsible at all. I don't remember if I signed up for these hours or not, but if I didn't, then, well, one, you probably should have done it more than once, but that's also my fault for not signing up for them when we sent them out. That's on me. I better get 3/4 of an absence. I still won't get kicked out, but hey, that's what it is. That should be reflected on my record, because I didn't do my job. And it doesn't matter, Scott, if you don't like the bylaws the way they are. We don't just when the clock's running out, change the clock, change rules. It's not responsible government at all. It's really upsetting to me that people complain about these. We reform these ahead of time. We don't just chuck them out because we don't like them. This is student senate. If you can't be bothered to go sit at a table for a few hours, and there's still time in the semester, we got dead days, we got time, then just don't be a student senator if you can't be bothered to do this, because this, to me, is the bare minimum of what should be expected. So yes, this bill will probably pass, and hopefully we get a better system next time, but this is a black mark on me, on everybody that didn't sign up, those that did sign up, because hey, we can do it ourselves. It doesn't take a magic spreadsheet or anybody else to make us go do what the bylaws told us to do. So this is a letdown. Move to previous question.
Motion's been made for previous questions, seconded, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? With that, we are moving to voting on SB 6468, get your clickers out and ready. Okay.
Yeah. Follow bylaws and reserve thing and stuff.
Okay, you called for the orders of the day. Help me out, Cody. Orders of the day, since we did amend the order, does that mean we go back now to the collectively amended order or to the buried order? You're
I want to go back.
Oh,
What about it?
well, that's what we would do anyways.
Yeah, wouldn't, if we just motion to deviate, now that the deviation is over, we would just return.
Yeah, we're doing that anyways. Do what?
Truck's back in the lane.
Okay, yeah. We're good. Okay, all right, we're good, okay. Does anybody need more time on voting? No, 1, 2, 3, okay. And that definitely passes. With that, we are moved back to the election
Mr.
regulations.
Speaker,
Yes.
I would like to lay the following bills on the table of 53, 54, 55, 56, 60, and 62, so that we're not rushed through election regulations and we can take the proper time to consider all the changes being made.
Objection to consideration of the question.
Objection has been made to the consideration of the question. Yes, to your point.
Do we or do we not have an extension until 11:30?
We have an extension until 11:30. Does your motion still stand?
Oh, it does.
Okay, all right.
And to revert back to the full debate and presentation for election regulations.
Okay, hold on. So is this a two-parter motion or
Yes.
two different motions?
Two
Point of order,
parts.
Mr. Speaker.
6 point.
The gentleman from off campus made his motion, I objected to it.
You're absolutely correct.
You're
You're
the
absolutely
motion.
right. So, I'm sorry, objecting, do you just?
Object to the consideration of the question.
Negative 2 votes.
I do not wish us to consider this motion.
Right, so now that's debatable, right?
It is.
Okay. So you're objecting to the consideration of the question?
No, it's not debatable.
It's not debatable.
It's not debatable.
It's a two-thirds vote.
It's a two-thirds vote.
Negative 2/3.
Withdrawn.
Negative two-thirds. Withdrawn.
It wasn't seconded.
Okay, withdrawn.
All right. Okay. We're back. All right, we're back. Okay, we're doing the election regulations now. No motions? Okay, we're doing it. 5 minutes. Hit the road. Yes. With that? Senate? I swear. Who's still talking in this room? I cannot see lips at this distance and it's driving me crazy because I will kick you out. Now, with that, we have 5 minutes of presentation.
Howdy. Right, so election rules and regulations left, the Rules and Regulations Committee on Monday night. We have several different amendments that were amended in the Rules and Regulations. So I wanted to go through a little bit of it to explain the need and what it's going to do for the election process. So to go to the first one, if we can scroll down to referenda, talk about referenda. Not going to really talk about this that much, Because what we've done with referenda is that we moved it to actually the Senate bylaw, correct? Is it Senate?
Different statute.
It's a different statute, okay. It's not undermined anymore. It didn't need to, it really did not need to be undermined. I facilitate, the election commission facilitates the vote for referendums, but the procedures are handled by Senate and also just student opinion. So we moved that, took that and moved it to another statute, and we just addressed that, we quote it here. So, going a little bit further down, it's going to be section 2. Oh yeah. Okay, it's going to be page 7 actually. So what this does, it redefines candidates. So we changed major races and minor races from the original, I guess the original bill that was introduced to the Senate. And what this does is it redefines them. This addresses basically candidates in major races will be paying $40, and then the candidates in minor races will be paying $20. That was already an amendment, but just for clearing up the language. What this also does is that for absences for senators, this is going to allow, basically state, rather than having it as a calendar year, it makes it to where the senator cannot file for the next session if there are absences. This is a change. Now it doesn't involve a calendar year. Calendar year, you can be ultimately not able to file an election for basically two academic years.
Yeah. There were some people who were removed at the very end of the 63rd session, and if this isn't changed, then they would not be able to file for the 65th session, because if they were removed in April or May, then that would keep them out of the next election. So it would keep them out of elections until the next April or May, so they wouldn't be able to file until the next spring.
Yeah, so what this does, it just makes it more of a better process. It allows the senator to be elected, or I guess to run in a race and not have to wait at most 2 years.
Right.
So moving on to page, this will be 9. What this does is that it redefines when a senator votes and you have to identify the caucus. Basically, it tells what proof is that you have to provide to the election commission that you're going to be in this caucus. It's not unreasonable, but it defines proof as any statement by the student that is made under penalty of the Aggie Honor Code. Very easy. All it says is that this is the caucus that you're going to belong to if you run in it. Keeping on moving down to page, okay, so it'll be page 18. What this does is we used to have a rule that stated that only 4 people at a campaign site can be there. Basically, that rule is still in place, but it does not include the candidate themselves. A great example is Spy for Yale. Spy for Yale cannot be all at one location together, so that's not exactly the most fair. So what we can do is that it does not include. It does not include the candidates themselves. Keeping on moving to endorsements. Endorsements were it was a big overhaul. What this endorsement policy does is it changes the way organizations endorse a candidate. And so we struck in committee the vote. Now what we're going to do is it's going to be based on the organization's bylaws, and it's going to be based on their standard operating procedures. That's very important because not everybody does the same thing. And this captures a way for the core, for business student council, for student engineering council, these groups of people to cast a vote and endorse a candidate. Also what it does is it strikes if you go down to the next page, it strikes the ability, or I guess I should say used to, a person cannot use their title to endorse a position. Now, this is allowed. What it states is in congruence with the new Constitution. It allows that proclamations can be made that says that an individual in a certain position can endorse a candidate. 30 seconds. Okay, and also the next one is transparency. What this allows is for all candidates to see the names of the individuals who and what they spent. So we're going to put that all on the internet within a certain time frame. And then that's really the basis of that point. We can talk about it a little more in question and answer, but the urgency to get this moved out and voted on tonight is that the Election Commission needs to start marketing and letting people know about the votes so that we can ultimately have higher voter turnout and be more representative of Texas A&M University.
Yeah, last change really fast is this slightly changes the way JCORP certifies election results. There's not any major change to how that actually works.
Yes, motion to extend presentation time by 2 minutes.
With that, moving to a period of question and answer. First question, Senator Smith, or Chair Smith, I'm sorry.
Chair Smith, Kyle, just one question. in regards to referenda, how long do referendums keep their ruling if no Senate legislation is enacted?
That is going to be new statutes, so.
That's the new Constitution spells that out crystal clear. Intent of Article 10 of that Constitution was, if you enact a referendum that is a statute, okay, and you codify it into the code, it stays there until another codified statute comes a year later, okay? Basically, I'll give you a generalized, just to not waste time. It's about a year. Everything has about a year's shelf life that it can't be touched. Now, if it's codified or if it amends the Constitution through a referendum, it stays there permanently. It's not going to expire. That was the intention of the new Constitution. But that's a constitutional issue, not the election. Make sense?
Okay, 5 questions, about 2 minutes. Senator Young. Senator Sparrow.
Christopher Roswell, campus. Robert, in the filing category, the filing section, can you talk about why you changed it from allowed to serve to file and all that?
Are you asking why
You have a page number?
Yeah.
It's the 7th page.
Oh, okay. Serve instead of file. Okay, so are you saying, change, allowed to, where are we at exactly? This isn't a highlighted change, so this is something else that matters.
Oh, no, it is under, because we changed it, so.
Yeah, this is.
Go up. It's earlier on, I don't know. Yes, right. Okay. Here we go, yeah.
Yeah, okay, are we understanding the question? Is it just why is it filing rather than serving? Is that, okay.
Okay, that's, okay, it's a good point. File is how it's written. In my opinion, it should say serve because they're essentially being punished. Yeah, they're being punished for their behavior in Senate, so they could essentially get in on a vacancy after kind of just getting a stop. Oh, okay, I can answer this really quickly. The election regulations are not in operation for any, now, I guess, first of all, the vacancy process is now entirely through elections, so this is in operation no matter what. If you're kicked out of 64, then you cannot run for any election in 65.
I'll move to extend question and answer by 5 minutes.
Motion's been made, seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say aye.
Nay.
Any chair that works there. Okay, sorry, keep going.
Okay, and second of all, the election regulations have no jurisdiction over who can actually serve in different offices. It's only about who can run for them and what they have to do in order to be elected.
Yeah, that would, in my opinion, that would have to be a Senate, like, bylaw change, not necessarily something that could go down in the election regulations.
Okay, Senator Mantry.
Senator Mantry, engineering. You mentioned that someone can use their title when endorsing someone. Does that mean that the student body president can endorse?
That means the student body president can endorse,
Candidate?
a candidate, yes.
Including student body president?
Including student body president.
Which was historically the case.
Yes.
It's only a recent change in the past 2 years.
Yeah, and it's common that it always happens this way.
And I will note that there is an area in the Constitution that says the student body president is entitled to issue non-binding proclamations of opinion, though it's intended to be about like issues, but yeah, under how the Constitution's written, he could endorse a candidate through the board.
Okay, Senator Nattinger.
Nattinger, University Apartments. In referenda on B, you mentioned that employees of Texas A&M University or the Texas A&M system can't be involved in campaigning, including internet use. Does that, I mean, it doesn't specify, so would you say that student employees, such as maybe a resident advisor, is using the internet while they're technically on duty, maybe they're talking about campaigning, maybe on Facebook, so would they be subject to that because they're an employee of Texas A&M University using the internet while they're working?
They would not be. It's, if we can go back to that section, or actually we're here right now. It is, they cannot associate, okay, individuals acting on their own merit or name recognition would never be subject to this restriction. However, they should not associate themselves with SGA entities, that spans SGA people, or SGA committees from making endorsements in referendums, because it doesn't apply to individuals, or the university in any way while undertaking these activities.
Follow-up?
So, sure, okay.
Okay, so what if I'm an RA walking around my hall doing my duty rounds, wearing my vote for Catherine, well, not me, vote for somebody else shirt. I'm still on university time, like,
I would say in that respect, if you were doing it, if you were clearly representing as an employee of the university, I think it becomes to where you can't list out everything. You can't say, oh, if you're wearing a t-shirt, you know?
well, would you be open, I
think-
guess, to like full-time employees maybe in that?
What we're trying to prevent here is we're trying to prevent people from, university departments from trying to influence referendums. So, that's the intent of this. The federal government actually has, and the state government, and the system even, all have rules that are kind of similar to this, that federal employees can't undertake political activity. I think it's called the Hatch Act.
Yeah, I can speak to that if you want, but just 2 seconds.
Yeah, sure.
Because I'm a university employee, and I know that the way it works is you're allowed to. It gets tricky, like if you're using a system email address or whatever. But it's fine if you send an email as long as you don't say at the bottom of your email, Department of University Dining employee as part of your signature. In other words, if you're representing the university in your political activity, then that's out of order. So if you're walking around wearing a shirt that says Resident Advisor McFadden Hall or whatever, and you're telling people to vote for someone, then at least according to the system policy, that might be construed, and I would assume that we would kind of enforce that the same way. So does that help?
Yes.
Okay. All right, does that help you guys? Are you done with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Senator Robertson. We have about a minute. Oh, okay. Senator Mandry.
So you mentioned that it used to be so that the SVP could endorse anyone that they want to. Did you put that in because you think it should be that way, or what are your opinions?
Okay, so it was originally in the bill. It was in last year's regulations. I think it was in a year prior to last year. So yeah, it would have been back then. But especially with the recent light with the new Constitution, that was in direct violation of the Constitution. But also, we don't feel that you should be able to limit an individual's speech. I mean, even if it is coming from the position, you should not be able to tell an individual as whatever position that they cannot do that.
If you're the freshman class president or class president class of 2014, then this would allow you to endorse someone that's running for that president position because you are the individual in that position and know the best about that position, semicolon, therefore, comma, this amendment was made with the support of basically Mr. Davenport, myself, and a few of the others, period.
Okay, thank you. With that concludes our time for a question and answer. We're now in a period of debate. All in favor, please. Amendment. Please describe your amendment.
My amendment would do the following, and I asked it on the folder. I want to basically put in place, in addition to the budgetary fine system, that half of the budgetary amount is paid in a monetary fine to the Election Commission. Once all of those fines are collected, the money then goes to the SGA endowment, eliminating the conflict of interest between the Election Commission charging fines, because the fines aren't going to the Election Commission, they're going to the SGA endowment. This is the way, I'll stop right there.
Okay. Wait, I'll go ahead and start the timer for debate.
Okay. Well, howdy.
Howdy.
All right. There was a rule change during Jake Bathman's year in the 60th session. No one knows who that is. We'll just move on. He was a very nice gentleman. The key thing is, he moved us from a system of monetary fines. That's what we used to do. Everything was a monetary fine. I paid $1 my freshman year. I paid $25. With Senator Womack, both of us paid, we forgot to turn in our fines reports, big boo-boo, and we paid 25 bucks. I paid the money, not a problem, came out of my pocket, no big deal. I broke the rules, I incurred the fine. Later on, what happened, and this is what I have from the election commissioners, is that election commission was generating too much revenue off that because the money was going to election commission. So they said, well, we don't really need this revenue. We'll switch to budgetary fines where we can enforce the election regs but not collect monetary fines that we don't need. What this does is returns us back to the old fine system, except it sends the money to the SGA endowment, a much better cause that needs the money, frankly, compared to the election commission. The second thing is by having a monetary fine, we ensure that if you break the regulations, there is a higher degree of punishment rather than just a budgetary fine. If there's a budgetary fine, I can say, I'm gonna break the rules today because I know I'm only gonna be fined $10 off my budget, and I don't have to pay anything out of pocket. There's no sting to me, so I'm gonna break the rules. Under this system, you would also have to incur not only a $10 budgetary fine, but have to pay $5. That's a little extra. That's a little umph. And I think anytime that we're talking about election regulations and making sure that people follow the rules, we have to have at least some type of umph behind it. Okay? I believe that budgetary fines can be, well, frankly, budgeted out in advance. You can budget your breaking of the rules. This, on the other hand, forces you to pay half the amount, not the full amount. I'm trying to be compromising across the board, everybody here, but I still think and urge you to support this idea because the SG endowment needs the money. We need more umph to our violations, and frankly, this is how it was done in Old Army, and God bless Old Army.
Stage point. I'm sorry, Cody, what page is that?
Article 9, Section 5.
We good? Okay. With that, do I see any debate against this amendment? Going once? Going twice? Oh, I'm sorry, is that a debate against?
Yeah, I guess.
Oh, I have you down 4, okay.
No.
Do it.
No, I just kind of wanted to ask a question. So correct me if I'm wrong, Cody. The reason why I'm against this one is because I do feel like it might provide a little bit of more advantage to people that actually have money. As someone who's been disqualified several times, I can tell you that there is plenty of oomph actually I've only been disqualified once, and it was overturned. Thank you, Joey Reed. That was $25 well spent. No, that's a joke. I do think that this money is, I get nervous. I don't think we should think putting it in the endowment is some sort of, because yeah, you say that removes a conflict of interest from the election regulations, but that then removes a conflict, or creates a conflict of interest in us, the people that wish to see that endowment filled. So I'm not suggesting that's biased, I'm just saying we disregard that as a reason to support this. But I do think that there are plenty of oomph right now. I don't see any candidates jumping at the opportunity to break the rules and get disqualified. I think that's plenty reason to not be involved in breaking the rules. I haven't seen a rash of rule breaking increase. I remember the system was set up where you actually had to pay cash money in Old Army, and there's not been just a rampant increase of rule breaking since then. So I don't necessarily think that this is going to be an appropriate disincentive. Again, I think it's a hassle. I think it's entering the Election Commission into a lot of things that they don't necessarily want to be involved in, i.e. taking money and having to deal with deal further with the SOC. I mean, it's hard enough managing money as a student organization. Imagine managing involuntary money. That's not something that I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Kyle, where are you? The Election Commissioner, Kyle?
Yeah.
That's not really something you guys want to deal with, just not taking money from people and having to worry about that. That's really out of order, you can't do that? Okay, whatever. Well, I don't think it's for it, because I would personally not want to put SGA and that sort of, this goes beyond J-Court, y'all. This is, I mean, to an extent, it puts us in a legal ramification, because we're dealing with money that isn't ours, it's taken forcefully from other people. And again, cost versus benefit. This, I think, puts us in a lot more jeopardy than what we're benefiting, and I just don't think that this is appropriate. If there was a rampant increase in rule breaking, this might be appropriate, but I feel like it's too heavy.
Okay, with that, debate 4, Senator Young. I'll withdraw Senator Basut.
All right. Howdy.
Howdy.
All right, Senator Womack, let's go back and forth on this.
Woo.
First and foremost, your first point was that that individuals who are poorer might not be able to provide for these fees. Look, the fees, the fines themselves, the gross fines are not that high. And when they are high, you've done some pretty bad stuff. So I don't care whether you're poor or not. You do some pretty bad stuff to pay the fine. Second thing, you say that the budgetary fines create enough umph. I disagree with you on that. I disagree, because the umph is, I can budget for the fine. I'll break the rules. If I'm a student senator, I'll break the rules up to $150. I don't have to pay a dime. Who cares? I'll run rampant in the streets. I'm not saying that people do that. Why? Because I trust the Aggie Code of Honor, right? But I'm saying that the umph factor is not there with budgetary fines as much as it is with monetary fines. Now, the third thing, to Mr. Jackson's support for this, my urging is simply this: the legislature determines the rules, first and foremost. So our policy decision here is what governs. But I'd also counter that EVP Ryan Davenport, I don't want to speak for him, but I don't know. I mean, I think that there's dissension in the executive branch. That's my personal opinion. I think there are some that might or might not support this, at least in some theoretical realm. I'll leave it to them to make that statement publicly, but I want to just urge you that, in my personal opinion, there is dissension. So I think that this is not that harmful. Talk about collection issues. They collected them in the past, and it wasn't that big of a hassle from everything I've been told. The hassle, the reason why it was cut is because they didn't need the money. We solved that problem by sending it somewhere else. So I think all four of those points can be countered with that. And I move the previous question.
Motion is made for previous question, been seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Making sure the ayes do have it. We're taking a vote on previous question. On the Basut amendment, all in favor of the amendment, which would include monetary fines, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Making sure the ayes do have that. Okay, division the call. All in favor, please say aye. All in favor of budgetary fines, please stand, make up your mind, stay there, don't make this difficult, please.
So not in favor of budgetary
Monetary fines. I'm sorry, monetary fines. If you're in favor of monetary fines, stand up. I'm sorry, wow, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I got voted on that. Feels good. Yeah. I got 25. Okay, all opposed, stand.
Well, that was way not close.
1, 2, 3,
That was
4,
actually
6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, I got 14, so that passes. So student amendment passes. That's included. We are now in debate on, yes. Okay. Yeah, you're not a. Yeah, I mean, you got all the senators can. Yeah, Bill Office can't do it, unless you're senator. Well, we're gonna move on with debate on the bill until that gets sorted out. Stage point? Okay, Senator Sparta has an amendment. I want to write an amendment. Let's do Okay, can you please summarize your amendments for the body?
It changes the filing fees.
Changes the filing fees. Okay, then go ahead and take off on debate.
Okay, it's really hard to find because there are a lot of subsections. We're looking at the 7th page, and it only changes the filing fees for non-major races, which is pretty much just Senate, from $20 to back down to $10 it was last year. When we asked them in the committee meeting why they had raised it, one of the reasons given to us was that they had a lot of people run last year. I didn't feel that a lot of them weren't serious candidates, so they're hoping to raise this and push some people out. And I don't think that's what we should be doing. The fact that
State your point. I'm sorry, I wasn't even listening. What was said is why is it out of order? What are you saying? I mean, a lie is debatable. That's fine. He can lie.
No, we cannot.
In the bylaws.
That was one of the reasons given at the meeting. Another one was that they had people paying for other people to run. So by raising it to $20, they're trying to discourage non-serious candidates and people who really haven't put a lot of effort into it from running. And I think that's the last thing we should be doing here in the Student Senate, discouraging other people from running. We just voted down some of the fees, and we had a lot of students debate against that. This is the last thing we should be raising here in the election regulations, is the fees to run for office to serve the student body. And I'll yield to
You got a minute and a half.
Well, I was gonna talk on the last thing, but people thought that they just keep going, so I didn't get to. It's gonna be pretty much the same thing. So, how many of you guys love spending money on stuff that you don't get a lot out of?
I get a lot of it.
No, that's not what I meant.
Senator Womack is out of order.
Okay, so $10 to donate to the election commission, not a big deal. And now it's going to the is that where our money's going? Okay, so it's going to election commission so they can run a good campaign. That's great. I don't think they should have to pay $20 or $25 because, quite frankly, I don't have $25 that I want to spend on a filing charge. I'm a student in college. I do a lot of other stuff, and I pay a lot of money for my sorority, number one. Number two, for clothes for this thing, I don't want to pay $20, $25. I was good with the $10, and I think this is a great thing because there are students out there who you support. you guys represent who can't afford to pay this extra $10, $15 for this. And if you think that this is a wrong thing to do, then feel free to leave, because I don't think we need to keep raising our fees to run for Senate. And because if we do, we're going to end up being like the national government, where you have to be rich to run, because otherwise you won't make it in the race.
5 seconds.
There you go.
Okay, with that, Senator Bowen.
Okay. My only thinking here is, there were two main things. First of all, the $20, that is a number that the election commission came to us and said they need in order to run the kind of campaign they want to do. Now, this is not a university department. This is an SGA executive member who has a committee, has a budget, has presented his ideas to us, and I think the committee pretty much agreed with them. I'm pretty excited to see what he's going to do to increase turnout, and in order to do that, a filing fee is needed. $20 compared to $10, like, I can't even believe we're arguing about that, and it seems kind of self-serving, considering every single person in this room is someone who is going to be paying that if they run for re-election. So I don't think it's appropriate for us to be sitting here debating how much we want to pay next time we run for election. I think that's self-serving. I think we should trust the election commissioner. If he says he needs $20 from every person to run a good campaign, I actually do believe him on that. He's given me good reason to believe him, and so I'm against this change, and I yield to Senator Womack.
Hi, Mark Womack off campus. I agree with Scott, and I think that they are going to use this money to put on a good election. Agreeing with Scott and agreeing with Cody, it's a wild night. But one thing I do want to point out, that if you can afford $10 to file for Student Senate, but that 20 just makes it impossible, you probably don't need to be in Student Senate. You probably got a whole lot of, you don't have time for Student Senate. You just really don't. And that's not some sort of class warfare. I don't know what's going to get quoted after that. That is a situation. As a student that, again, pays for college, works to put himself through college, I got $10 to help the election, to increase voter turnout. Again, I agree, this is one of the first things that happened in the 60th session. We all voted to reduce campaign filing fees, and Tyler Cope left the room in tears, and this is not that time, but that was fun. But most of what I want to get at is that this $10 is going to be put to good use. The Election Commission saw a record turnout, and I think we can all agree that some of the people that registered for Student Senate last year were not serious candidates, and that's a big problem. And I think this $10, most importantly, forget everything else. Mostly focus on the fact that they say that this $10 extra is going to increase voter turnout, and I think that's a good thing, and I think it's worth $10. So that's all there is. It's $10 one way or the other. Let's move to previous question.
Motion and previous question, second, and all in favor of the previous question, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. Chair the ayes, do we have that? Did somebody just call division?
Division.
Okay, all the ayes, please stand.
Don't change your mind. That's a really question you have to ask.
Okay, all right. There's like, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 35. I got 35. Okay, 36. I think I felt like I missed something. All right, against, please stand. What? Well, no, I mean, I did. I felt like I might. Okay, wow. Really? Really? Who said nay? Stand up.
We did
Oh.
Was it literally only 2 or 3 people?
I'm also on remaining seated.
No, that's fine. I mean, I'm happy that y'all are standing. Either somebody did a completely frivolous division, which is wasting our time, or people are not standing up when they vote. Talk about why we can't get out of here at 11:30. With that, previous question has been made and it has passed. All in favor of the Esparza amendment, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. Continue to show the nays do have that. So the Esparza amendment fails. We are now. You did call division? Okay. All in favor of the Esparza amendment, please stand.
Well, that was...
More of you said
11, 12, 13. 13. Okay. All opposed, please stand. Amendment fails.
15.
We are back to debate. Are there further amendments? I saw Womack's hand first.
We're good? We're good. Pass the election regulations.
Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry, amendments. I thought we were.
Oh, no, I don't have an amendment. I'm debating 4.
Are you have an amendment? Does anybody have an amendment?
I do.
Okay.
Oh, here we go.
I'm sorry, I thought you were, okay.
Got my
You
hopes.
want to bring this here?
Yes, please. Please
Article-
describe it as you're coming down.
Article 10, Section 4, after the word make, to insert, with reasonable effort to post. That's just saying that, in the bill, it says that the, election commission is required to post all, fines and rules on to the website. So this is just saying that with technology, if it crashes, if it goes down, that, the election commission is not liable or not sent to court for anything that they didn't, that someone can have access to because the website went down.
Okay, I'm gonna see you first for debate, so we can debate 4. That was explaining that you can.
Point of information, if Senator Murad could inform us as to where we were one more time.
I'm sorry, say that again?
If she
In
could
the
inform us
bill?
as to, yeah, please.
Okay, fine.
What was it, Article 10, Section 4.
So section D, number 1,
Thank
first
you.
line.
You get that?
Yeah.
Okay, inform that.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, this is just kind of protecting, election commission. I mean, it's really just pretty basic. We know how, unreliable technology can be. So, just to keep everybody, I mean, obviously they're gonna make the best effort they can to make everyone aware of what's going on and the most information that they have, available to them. So, there's that. And I yield to Senator.
I just want to echo, in the Constitution, it says that the executive branch is to faithfully execute all statutes. That means basically give a good faith attempt. So we want to give them the benefit of the doubt. This is in line with all of our procedures, I think. I mean, reasonable effort, that's what everything is. I mean, if there's a catastrophe, if we lose power, we can't hold people accountable for things like that. That's my opinion. So I would urge you to support this amendment. I think it's good.
Okay, with that, Senator Bowen against?
Well, what Senator Massoud just mentioned is exactly why we don't need this. The Constitution already says that the executive branch has to make a reasonable effort to enact all statutes. Obviously, if a meteor hits the data center that we just paid for, and the election is being run out of, then obviously no one is going to be held liable for that. What I'm afraid of, though, is creating a special class of reasonable effort to provide or to post for one rule that we don't have for everything else. We don't say the election commission must make a reasonable effort to enforce all fines. We don't say they must make a reasonable effort to have filing at certain times. It's just stuff they have to do. This is another one. They have to do it. If something goes wrong, if a tree falls on top of Colas and it destroys the website, or if the person who's supposed to be doing this gets hit by lightning, I mean, stuff happens. We all understand that, and it's not going to be a problem. The Constitution already covers this. There's no reason to put this in here for one thing only. And so I urge you to vote against it. Let's get through this. Let's get done with these election regulations. We've been through these in committee for 2 weeks. We've had a dozen people at least look over these constantly and go through and find everything wrong. We are done with this. These election regulations just need to be passed. And so I move for previous question on this amendment, and then I'm going to move previous question on the bill.
Motion made for previous question on the amendment. It's been seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, then all in favor of the Murad amendment, which changes that wording, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Any chair, this fails. We are now returned to debate on the bill. So, previous question. That's out of order because we haven't heard any debate on the bill. Not a dime. Thank you.
Vote for it, yield.
Okay, debate against the bill? Going once, going twice, seeing none, chair deems debate one-sided. We'll take a vote on the bill. This is SB 6463. Get your clickers out and be ready to go. All right. Motion is made for a roll call vote. This requires a 1/6 second. If you want a roll call vote, raise your placards. I don't see 1/6. All right, click.
Election. I'm gonna say this pass. Whoa, wait.
We didn't get 1/6, so we're We'll roll with it. Whatever. Okay, anybody need more time? Going once, going twice, no. Close it. All right, and this passes. This is Election Regulations Update Act. With that, we are going into the SGAC Improvement Act.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Point.
I move that we lay 53, 54, 55, 56, 60, and 62 on the table
Objected to consideration.
until.
The objection has been made to the
Can I
consideration.
finish making my motion?
Yeah, you can finish.
Perfect. In the interest of time and the interest of the first word in our titles of student senators, as it is the week before finals.
That's debatable. Finish your motion.
We are students.
Saying what is in the interest of is debatable. Finish your motion.
That we lay those on the table, deal with emergency legislation, and then adjourn.
Lay those on the table, deal with emergency legislation, and then adjourn. Motion's made, it's been seconded, but an objection to the consideration, no, point of order. Yes.
I would make 3 different motions at once, those are all completely different things.
I'll withdraw the objection, let's just consider this.
Okay, all right, so we have to do them separately. First, we're gonna do lay on the table, okay? All right, all in favor of laying basically all of the rest of the business on the table, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Any chair that fails. Well, then really that kind of makes the rest of yours irrelevant, so, all right, so SGAC Improvement Act, 5 minutes, hit it.
All right, motion to consider this as, you ask unanimous consent, the bill be considered as read.
Yes, sir.
All right, yield, questions?
Okay, questions? Questions on the SGAC Improvement Act? Senator Davis.
Senator Davis, off campus. Quick question. With this bill and every bill coming after it that you're an author on, why didn't you just combine them all into one? Because it all pretty much is going to change the article.
You don't combine multiple subject matters into a single bill. You don't do that.
That's actually out of order.
That's legislation. You don't, that's just.
Yeah, technically Robert's rules, it's out of order to put multiple.
They've gotta be
different things into the bill, so. Senator Tucker.
Just for clarification, Mark Leoff here, is that not what we did last week with the big amendment? I thought that was kind of the same line.
The subject matter was the Constitution.
Yeah.
It's all the same subject.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, a full revision of the Constitution is what it is. Because that's what all the whereas clauses were about doing that. Anyways, further questions? Going once, going twice, seeing no further questions, moving into a period of debate. Do I see debate for? I'll see Senator Bassoon first.
Please vote for this yield.
Okay, do I see debate against? Going once, going twice, any debate against, seeing none, chair gives debate one side. We'll move into a clicker vote on this. This is SB 6453, SGAC Improvement Act. Get your clickers out ready. You're ready to hit it. Make your vote. Anybody need more time? 1, 2, 3. Close it. Okay, continue to share this passes. Next, we are on to 54 SGA Endowment Regulations Act.
All right, ask unanimous consent, the bill be considered as read.
Yes, sir, you got it.
Talk about these bills serving students, guys. There's no regulations governing how we collect money for our donations. I mean, we're trying to get off of student fees. How does that, I mean, that serves students clearly. We need some type of backbone for this type of system. So, I mean, I resent the fact that there is a pool in this entity that wants to view these as irrelevant. These are extremely relevant. So, yield, questions?
Okay, questions? Going once, going twice. Seeing no question, I'm sorry, Senator, okay, we're moving into debate. Senator Womack, you have debate 4?
I agree. I think it's absolutely important that if the vision of the Path to Success campaign and SGA and Emily Young and the development commissioners that have followed, or vice presidents of development that have preceded her, if we really want to get off student money, we really need to have a concrete plan and a process that outlines that. I think this is something that's long overdue and is absolutely necessary.
Okay, with that, debate against the bill. Going once, going twice, seeing none, chair gives one sided, we will now take a clicker vote on SB 6454. If you're done voting, please put your clicker down, because I get confused when I see people holding up their clickers. Anybody need more time? 1, 2, 3, close it. And sure, this also passes. With that, we moved into SB 6455, Student Body Referendum and Recall Petitions Act.
Unanimous consent bill be considered as read.
You got it?
Okay, basically, why is this necessary? Because the new constitution provides a new procedure for our referendums. We have to put that referendum procedure into the statutes, otherwise we can't have, there's no rules for referendums. I mean, how do they happen? So, you have questions?
Okay, question? Any questions? Going once, going twice, seeing none, we'll move into period of debate. Debate 4. I actually saw Senator Jessup first.
The Liberal Arts Caucus endorses this. Vote for it.
Okay, debate against the bill. Going once, going twice, seeing none, chair deems debate one-sided. We'll take a vote on SB 6455. Get your clickers out ready, and please put it down. You need more time, Bernie? You need more time? Okay, put it down. All right, 1, 2, 3, close. And that also passes. So with that, move to SB 6456, Senate meeting shortening bill.
Okay, as unanimous consent bill be considered as read.
You got it?
All right, so what this bill does is tries to cut down the length of our Senate meetings. It's almost 11 o'clock, and this would help with that. So with that, I yield questions.
Okay, questions. Senate meeting shortening bill. I saw Senator Womack first.
Hi, Mark Warnock. Was the final, I didn't get a chance to go to the R meeting, was the, and I just want to be clear because I do think this is an important statement for the body. It was the final solution to divide up 20 minutes for open forum.
No, there's a 30-minute period now. 30 minute that's still at the discretion of the speaker. That's what's there right now. So we do have a time limit on it, but when I came to you last time, it was 20 minutes. Now it's 30 minutes. That's the only main thing. And I wanted to do that because I thought there was pushback, and I wanted to yield to you guys.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Bowman.
Just for this particular bill, since it does affect how we conduct our meetings, I think it would be beneficial to the body to maybe go through what each change is.
Okay.
With us.
Sure. Can we go to Action Clause 1? All right, Action Clause 1 basically pushes a rule on committee chairs to just schedule meetings and make it publicly available 48 hours in advance so that we can make sure that students know how to get to the committee meetings so they go there and talk about legislation rather than being forced to come only here because they don't know about the committee meetings. All right, Action Clause 2. All right, this one gives our committees the ability to postpone legislation in addition to retain and pass the floor legislation. This gives them the ability, where a bill is very bad, it doesn't need to come to the floor, they don't have to sit there and keep voting on retaining it and retaining it, and then they just throw up their hands and pass it. No, they can postpone it and not have to deal with that again. That saves time because it keeps bad bills from coming to the floor. For the time limits, we lower them to 12 minutes instead. We're doing that basically. You always see these motions to limit debate time, right? This just does that permanently. Okay, this is the bare minimum I think that is necessary here. Going down 4. Open forum time is now going to be 30 minutes. We lump in org forum and SGA org forum into that. That's basically de facto what it is already. I disagree with creating 2 more open forums with that. The reason being we don't want to have 100 people flood here and have an open forum that's, what, an hour long that we had tonight, right? That was too long. We can get all of these things into the system. People can come and lobby against or for bills. It's just within a time period.
You got 15 seconds.
And then lastly, with electronic voting, I just wanted to say, if it's available, use it for roll call. Okay, that saves time. We don't have to sit there and go through the closing bill purpose.
10 seconds, Jim Carrey.
Withdrawn.
Withdrawn as far as
You know the purpose of creating the org forum, organization open
It's
forum?
about Jess Fields. It was a way to encourage student organizations to come here. As Speaker of the Student Senate, I encourage my officers to invite student organizations to come and speak at open forum. That was my intention, semicolon. Jess Fields took that intention and wanted to create new categories, but it's still open forum, the same thing. That was where that went down.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll move into a period of debate. Debate for this bill. First hand I see, Senator.
Can I make an amendment this time?
Yeah, that's in order.
Okay, I want to reinstate organizational forum, so just put in section 3F.
Okay.
And it was struck out.
Go ahead and just send it to us, and then I'll let you go ahead and take the debate.
So basically, I want to put it back in there because I agree open forum can get too long, and that it's smart to put a check on that, but I feel if you're representing a student organization, you already have the voice of many students behind you, and we shouldn't have a check on that. That I feel is something we need to hear, and if there are student leaders that want to come talk to Senate, I want to hear them. So this keeps organizational forum. And with that, I yield to Chris.
Yeah, a lot of times you have students who want to speak on different legislation that we're have before the body. But for organizations, they want to come speak to Senate about getting Senate involved, getting senators involved in different activities. So you have two different types of communication that goes on here at organization forum and the regular student open forum. So I think it's important that we save that time for them and they don't get crowded out just because we have something that a lot of students want to come talk about before the body. So not
Okay, and with that, the debate against Senator Sue.
How do you put it, student off campus, it's the same thing as open forum, I don't see the issue. Come and bring your student organization open forum like everybody else, no advantageous things. Now, student organizations that want to come and want to advertise their stuff, that's great, come and open forum. If you can't get in, email us, okay, save time. We don't need to have a specified time period for that. That's what open forum's for. It's open forum for students, for student organizations, for administrators, for John Doe the janitor, okay? That's it, I yield to Senator Womack.
Okay, I just want to say that I really did like the intent of organizational forum, but it has been de facto misused the entire time. It's the vast majority of times it is just SGA organizations or sub-SGA organizations speak to us. We saw that with the fee committee, we've seen that with diversity, we've seen that with the exec council, we've seen that with whatever. That's not the point of organizational forum. The vast majority of it has been internal SGA organizations. The most important thing is we're not cutting anybody's avenue off at all. Just speak in open forum. There's been a wide precedent for people outside of SGA coming. I guess they could technically have signed up for organizational forum, but they just signed up for open forum anyway. Open forum means a chance for people that are not senators to address student senate. There is no reason to have a distinction, or in a lot of ways, if you think about it, you're disenfranchising people that aren't student leaders because they don't have this nifty time slot that they can sign up for, but a student leader might be able to sign up for organizational forum, they can sign up for open forum, they can sign up for both. And I don't really think that's fair. I think open forum's purpose is for people that aren't senators to speak. Let's just keep it with that. And it was a fun experiment while it lasted, but by and large, it's been misused. It's just SGA talking SGA. We got open forum for that. You had something to say?
Just one more thing.
Yeah, just get back to federal.
I think Senator Womack made a perfect point. I mean, if you bring in two opportunities, that gives a student who's also a student leader the opportunity to come speak to us twice when everybody else gets the opportunity to only speak to us once. Okay? And I think that is, bar in and of itself, a sufficient reason to cancel this out. Yield to the floor.
Okay, with that, we're debate for Senator Esparza. Did you want it? Okay, I wasn't sure. Senator.
There are a couple of differences between organizational forum and open forum. Organizational forum gives student organizations a little bit more time to speak. They also have the opportunity for question and answer, which might not be there in open forum. It really depends on the speaker's discretion. But the reason I like organizational forum is because I've been around for both. I'm one of the few people, I think, in here who was here when we had normal open forum and after we put in organizational forum. And there is a clear difference between what happened before and what happened after. What happened before was people just didn't come to open forum much. They'd usually come if they had a specific issue they cared about. But now I have seen a lot of organizations come and just kind of try to teach us about something that they do. And a lot of times before, if it was a really big organization, like I think in the 61st session, the Corps commander came and gave a special presentation on what the Corps was doing. But I think it happened in 62 also. It was an annual type thing. But now there's organizational forums, so they can do that, and a lot of other organizations can do that as well. They don't have to schedule a special block just for themselves. So I yield to Chairman Knight.
Hey, Tom Smith, Student Services, or Liberal Arts Caucus now. It is well used a lot of times, and I don't think that we need to limit the rights and options of non-senators. So that's, I'm all for it. I yield to Senator Senator Nick.
So this amendment doesn't reinstate SGA open forum, it's just non-SGA organizations, so those that. And I just wanted to say, we've been talking a lot about getting rid of the opinion tables. So this, this will be another thing that would get rid of student opinion at Student Senate, so that's another reason why you should support this. With that, I yield to you.
Time?
About 30 seconds.
Perfect. This is a great opportunity to help better the reputation and the image of Student Senate to other student organizations. If we're going to be allowed to go to their meetings and speak and have that designated time at the beginning of their meetings to speak to them about issues that we want to bring forward, we should allow them that same designation, if not higher. We shouldn't think of ourselves as holier than thou of letting them come talk to us, because there's no reason that our organization of students is any better than any other organization on this campus. All 8 organizations, but I'm going to look at this
Previous question, it's been seconded, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Make sure the ayes do have it. The previous question, all in favor of the Jane Carrick amendment which reinstates non-SGA open forum, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Make sure the ayes do have it. That passes. That is not a bill. With that, were there other amendments?
Yes, sir.
Senator Luce?
Yes, I wanted to make an amendment to remove the Let Be Therefore Enacted number 4, section G, number 4. So down at the very bottom of the document.
I'm sorry, can you give it to us in writing?
Thank you.
Can you just hand it to us? Okay, Senate, I swear, you're not making me very jolly this Christmas season. Senator Luce, take it away. Okay, all of let it be enacted for D4. Yeah. So, Senator Luce, you have 2.5 minutes, or yeah.
Alright, so we all know how important the tradition of howdy here is to the end, and we all like to get out of the meeting a little bit faster. But, honestly, saying howdy as a roll call takes about, a minute and a half at the beginning, a minute and a half at the end. And one of the very first things I noticed when I came to my first Senate meeting before I was even a senator is that, we follow that tradition of howdy. And then whenever we have people visiting the Senate and when we have people come from other schools, that's one of the things they first notice. So I think it's something that's important, and it doesn't take up that much time in a Senate meeting. So let's get that happening. Senator Quigley. Oh, was it?
You done? Okay. All right, was that the debate against Senator Pursuit?
Howdy.
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 How many of you that have had bills have been emailed by me with comments on said bill, suggestions on said bill, and proposed amendments on said bill? Raise your hand. Not a single one of these came to me. I want to tell you something. If you're going to make amendments to my bills, please notify me beforehand. This is why. We can work out these issues at the committee level where it saves time. I'm graduating, guys. I'm out of here. But take this as my parting advice. If you want to save time, talk to people before meetings. Be transparent about what you're doing before meetings. The only individual here who spoke to me about a potential amendment is Senator Chris Esparza. Okay? Because Senator Esparza and I communicate regularly on our bills together. Nobody else did. Now to the amendment. All right. Electronic voting takes about 20 seconds. The howdy thing takes about 3 minutes. It's cut and dry. The tradition, come on, guys. It's not that important, okay? It's not that opening I can see, closing not, okay? If you want to amend this for just opening, that maybe I'll look at that. But for closing, it's not that important. I'm telling you that as somebody's been doing a long time. Closing is not that important. So I guess I'll yield to Chair Harrison.
No. I have an amendment. I'm not going to
I still got the floor. Yeah, he does.
It was what you just said.
Okay, I'll make my own amendment to this amendment.
Is that allowed?
Yes, it is. Here we go.
I'm submitting it for code.
Whatever Senator Chair Harris gave you, a benefit of the doubt, I'll submit that as an amendment.
Okay, hold on, I gotta get caught up. So we're now, we have 224 remaining, and the amendment. Now we gotta go to the amendment on the amendment. So this is the Sue amendment, the loose amendment, and, okay, hit it. I yield to Chair Harris.
All right, so basically, two things real quick. Guys, it's not, doing these clicker votes is not as easy as it looks. I've talked to EDO about this already, and she says that she doesn't have speaking privilege, I don't think, but she told me that it is a little bit more complicated to do a clicker vote than it is a roll call vote. This adds one more thing on her plate. Just real quick. Also, one of the coolest things that I thought about Student Senate, when I first came to my first Student Senate meeting, is the chair opened up, instead of tapping the gavel regularly, did hullabaloo, and then we did every single senator said outcome. So that was just something cool. Not necessary for closing roll call. Very cool for opening roll call. And I yield to you guys.
Okay, just because Kaylin can't switch, in order to count any of the clicker votes, she has to go through by hand and count each one and print it out on a voting record. So it takes about probably 10 to 15 minutes per thing to do so. In order for me to have accurate attendance every week, I have to be able to get those attendance sheets in a timely manner. If they go onto the voting records, it's going to take me even longer to get them because I have to come up and take all the process and get into the clicker system, which takes a long time. Doing the howdy thing takes about 15 seconds longer here. I also want to point out that we are debating a motion to save time, and we're wasting time. So, in the interest of time, let's remember why we're here, and remember that it's 11:15. Thanks again.
Push.
What's the amendment to the amendment?
What's the amendment to the amendment, Caleb? Shall be used for closing roll call. Okay. With that, debate against the amendment to the amendment. Going once, going twice, seeing none, turning to one side. We'll take a vote on the amendment to the amendment. All in favor of the suit amendment to the loose amendment, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. Being sure that passes. All right. So that now we're talking only about opening roll call for the howdy. So now we are returned with a minute 41 left in recognition for Senator Basu. 224 into. Sorry, we're at a minute 41, so you got about a minute.
Previous question.
It is, but it's up to Senator Basu. No previous question. Motion been made for previous question on the loose amendment. Seconded, all in favor of the previous question on the loose amendment, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. Chair, that passes. We are now moving on the loose amendment. All in favor of the original loose amendment, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. Chair, the ayes do have that. And I'm ashamed that more of you didn't vote. With that, okay,
Point of the following statement what you just asked, because you just said the original loose amendment.
That's what
I meant the previous question, the loose amendment. I meant the original amendment that we were talking about, which was the loose amendment with the Basu amendment to that we did.
But it was amended.
It was amended. Okay. Sorry, I just meant the previous amendment we were talking about.
Just previous question on the whole thing.
That's not a word because we haven't heard any debate on the bill yet. So, God, I swear. Okay. Everybody, I swear to God, shut up. State your point. Toward the top of the scroll. Point across the front. Scroll to the top. Okay. Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time, for the love of all things holy, I'm going to refer this to committee. Motion has been made to refer this whole bill to committee. To the RR committee, it's been seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. The opinion show this is referred to the RR committee. All right, that is, where are we? We're at 64. The meeting shortening bill has been referred to the RR committee. We are now in SB 6460, Executive Branch Committees, Commissions, and Other Offices Act.
All right, this is probably one of the most vital statutes we have. Motion to consider as read.
You got it.
Okay, all right. Yield. Questions?
Questions? Going, Senator
Just real quick so everyone can be clear, what was the impetus for this important change?
The new Constitution vests power in the Student Senate to create committees and commissions. It does that to clarify what is and is not in existence effective February 20th, 2012.
Okay, Supervisor.
On all the new, Chris Barbell campus, on all the new committees and commissions, you listed all the mission statements where any of them changed from what they have listed on their websites.
Okay, the vast majority were provided to me by Becca Gold, except for, I think, Parents Weekend and one other. The only change I made of any substance was from EIC eliminating just the statutory required that thing that they lobby on behalf of legislation. Why? Because it basically fundamentally conflicts with the LR Commission and the Student Senate. Now they can still do that. They can still do that because there's a provision in this bill that says you can expand your mission statement beyond this if you put it on your website, whatever you want to do, as long as it's not inconsistent with something that's expressly listed there. Okay? So nothing of substance was intended to be done by any of this. Okay? Total flexibility. That's what all this statute is. Total flexibility.
Okay, with that, further questions? Going once, going twice. Seeing none, Chair, close question and answer. We'll move to the period of debate on the bill. Debate 4, I'll see Senator Womack.
Thank you, Cody, for handling something that could have been some sort of constitutional disaster. Glad we averted that. No one has to worry about it. Voted for your question.
Okay, that's out of order. We haven't heard debate against. Any debate against? Going, Senator Sparks.
No, with the previous question.
Okay, sounds good. So motion for the previous question. Is there a second? There's a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, if you show the ayes, you have it. We're going to have a previous question. We're going to take a clicker vote, SB 6416. Yes. Because we have to go in and think of these. We have to go. All right. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Close it. Making sure this one passes. We're now on the Sunset Commission Act, SB 6462.
All right, motion to ask unanimous consent bill be considered as read.
1, 2, 3. You got it.
Okay, this is basically to reestablish the executive branch review system that currently exists, put it under statutes in line with SB 6460, the executive branch committees, commissions, and offices act. Basically, guys, we're just putting together the way that everything is structured. It has to be done. Yield the questions.
Okay. Questions?
This under the new constitution or the old constitution?
It's all under the new constitution. That's why the effective date is February 20th.
Okay. Further questions? Going once, going twice, seeing none. Chair is Chair, close question and answer. We're now in the period of debate. Debate 4, Senator Robertson.
Sounds good, let's do it.
All right. Debate against. Go, Senator Eric. I'm sorry, Jessup.
No, let's move to previous question.
Okay. With that, okay, previous question, SB 6462. We're pulling it up. Hit it. Stitch point.
Isn't all new business supposed to be considered on the consent agenda now?
Not if it's emergency legislation.
Are they all emergency legislation?
The last one got removed from emergency legislation right before the meeting started, but it was not placed back on the consent agenda, so it's in new business. All right, you can close it. Yeah, you can do that. Okay, what was the result? It passed, okay. All right. Sorry, are we in? Oh, that was Sunset Commission Act. Okay, so that concludes all business. We're now to the consent agenda.
Pull down 6466.
Okay. That's fine. Okay, 6466 is pulled down, and then Amanda, did you have a motion?
Yes, I wanted to move the item of
6469.
that one into consent agenda.
Okay, so the motion is to move the 12-man point system, which replaces the old table system, into consent agenda, which will get it referred to committee without a reading. As moved, seconded, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, that is now moved into consent agenda. Now, is there an objection to that being on the consent agenda? Going once, going twice, seeing none. You're objecting? Okay, so that's now moved back down out of consent agenda. So we're now in a period of presentation on SB 6466, Non-Academic Student Peer Review Act.
Please add Senator Womack as a co-author.
You got it?
Okay. Howdy.
Howdy.
All right. Look, you guys stay past 11:30. Frankly, I just don't care. Stay here until your work's done. Okay? If administration wants, hey, don't miss that work. Woo, man. If administration wants to evict us, okay? We're going to stay here until the business is done, by golly. As long as I am a student senator, we will complete our agenda. With that,
Point of information, stage point. When is Quinn Pursuit's last semester? No, he finishes after this meeting.
Okay.
Keep going.
if I can give you guys one advice, take what you're doing seriously. I'm a former speaker of the Student Senate, guys. Okay? Look, I'm trying to tell you something. We need to complete our agendas. Who disagrees with that? For the love of all, pound the tables if you agree that we need to complete our agenda. All right. Enough has been said. All right, 6466, Non-Academic Student Fee Review Act. Basically what this does is establish a new fee review process at Texas A&M University. This is in line directly with SVP Pickering's platform plank of student control over student fees. It's a very comprehensive statute. There's a lot to it. I encourage you to go see it in committee. I don't want to take up any more of your time except to say this. I'm about to motion to table it. This is why. I want it tabled until the first meeting of the spring semester, until the Finance Committee is convened, until the nominees for that committee are confirmed at the first meeting of the spring semester, and then I would ask that you guys take it off the table and then send it to Finance. That's it. Mr. Speaker, I yield for questions.
Okay, questions? Any questions? Going once? Going twice? Seeing none? Chair close question.
I move to table this bill.
Okay, point of parliamentary.
Stage point.
What motion to postpone be better, because then it just comes off automatically. We don't actually have to do anything. Just bring it up.
I withdraw the table. I motion to postpone until the first meeting of the spring semester.
Motion to postpone until the second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Okay, so this is postponed to first of the spring. Okay, with that,
We're now in SB 6467, which is the SGA report on proposed fee increases. It's emergency legislation. No, yes, it's emergency legislation. We'll vote on it tonight. 5 minutes, hit it.
Howdy.
Howdy.
That's unanimous. Consent the bill be considered as read.
You got it.
Okay. Basically what this does in draft form is puts in place some type of opinion on student fees. Okay? We just failed to override the veto, so currently there's no opinion on student fees. This will at least attempt to form one. We'll see what happens over the next 10 minutes. But this is our initial step. It's going to be amended, guys, so bear with us. But
Basically, what's about to happen, just to let everybody know, we've had this debate, we hashed it out, it took a whole hour of our lives. We have decided, and this bill concurs, that the tech, the IT fee and the library fee are something that the Student Senate supports. We've hashed that out. Please don't make us do another hour of that. We understand that this bill currently says writing center support. We heard a lot of pushback, so we heard your voices, and we've decided, against my protest, to drop the writing fee from this bill. So this bill will do two things. It will support IT, it will support libraries. Somebody is probably about to do something that'll anger me, I'm just sure. And we'll try to have this debate all over again, but we have had this debate several hours ago, so we're now open for questions, but that's what the bill's going to do. It's going to be a quick amendment, vote on it, done.
Okay, two and a half minute period question and answer, starting with Senator Bowman.
Okay, this is a report on fee increases adoption bill. Who is going to write this report?
Senator Sparrow. And this is about to be, the revised is about to be sent out to you. Senator McNutt. Chairman McNutt.
Thomas Scott, Student Services. Did you just say that we have decided to raise these fees? We have decided to raise these two fees?
Yes, that is a direct quote from what I just said. I said we had that debate, that we decided not to return the veto. I mean, I'm sure we can rile that up again. I'm confident the majority of people believe in raising those two fees, as was basically the debate we had with the veto override. I mean, we can start that up again if you'd like. I don't think you'll win. I think we made our decision.
Point of information. What was the vote total on that?
I don't know the vote total off the top of my head. I have it here. 33 to 26 to 2. Thank you. Okay. Chair Harris.
My question was, that with,
Okay. Further questions? Going once, going twice. Senator Sosa?
Yes, will the writing center fee be, is that already amended in this?
It is about to be amended as soon as we're open for debate. And I just want to remind everybody really quickly, Writing Center, we've decided, we've heard your voices, does not serve enough students, we're taking it out. Library got a $3 million cut, IT got a $3 million cut. They're asking for small raises to serve everybody, okay? We have that debate. I hope that you'll be in support of that and not rehash what we've discussed. Yes, I understand there's a veto, whatever. That's in the past. Think about the opinion that you want to have carried forward now. That's the debate we're having now. It's clear to me, and I hope it's clear to you, that the library serves all students. They need our support based on the budget cut. IT sure as heck serves all students. They got a $3 million cut as well. That serves all students.
Look, if you've got qualms about this, stick to your gut. Stick to your guns, okay? That's fine. We're just attempting to put some type of opinion together, okay? That's all we're doing. So don't feel like you're being forced into a corner here. Just stick with it. If you're opposed to them, stay opposed to them. If you want to change your mind and come with us, come with us.
Senator Sosa, 30 seconds.
If this bill doesn't pass, what would be the
We have
result?
no
of that?
opinion on student fees at all.
Thank
I
you.
concur.
Okay. Going once, going twice. Seeing none, Chair will close, and he will pause, and he will hear their amendment first. About the writing center.
The speaker, we'll move to straight, scrolling.
On an action clause number, should be 5, I'm sorry. Action clause 5, we move to strike supports to oppose.
Okay, can I ask, can we do this by unanimous consent? Does anybody have a problem?
Yes.
Okay, it was just a question. That's fine. Okay. All right, with that, this is I'm gonna call it the Basut amendment. Debate for Senator Basut. Senator Basut.
Hey, Senator Womack.
Okay.
Yeah, basically we looked at this, if you scroll up, right, we heard your voices, we changed supports the writing fee to opposes the writing.
Okay, Senator Powell.
Okay, let me read the language you're about to put in here. The University Writing Center serves the academic mission which has been experiencing extraordinary demand that has increased in larger. So we oppose the fee? That doesn't make any sense. This is why we have a committee. This is why we have a fee committee that goes over the language of this bill, takes votes, and decides on every single one. Because we have good language, and we have good reasons for every single one of these things. How dare you come before us with this, with no committee, with no data, but with basically the exact same things that we've been arguing about for the past 2 weeks, and just try to undermine every single thing we did. And then on a whim, just change it without even changing your reasonings. This makes no sense. This is not how we were supposed to do this. I'm against this bill. I'm against this amendment. I'm against every part of this. And I will not vote for a bill that increases student fees after what I've seen for the last month. And I yield the floor.
Okay, thank you. With that, we're back to 4, Senator Basut. First.
Okay. Good point. To amend amendment, strike whereas 8 and 9.
Okay.
That was Mark.
Okay, 1, 15. This is the student amendment again. So the motion is to just strike the whereases, is that correct? Okay, all right, here it is.
Like 8, 9, change post.
If anybody doesn't know why I'm doing this, you've been paying attention to this, 30 seconds.
Okay, all right, well, Senator Basut, I'll give you first debate on it.
Oh, but point of information. Can this not be sent to the Senate committee that was, that originally did this, to work it out and figure it out?
It could be.
Mr. Speaker, I move to send this to the fee committee.
Point of parliamentary inquiry, is the fee committee, can it receive legislation from the speaker? Why not?
It can because I've sent one to him already.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Stage point.
Does the fee committee cease to exist on January 1st?
Not that I'm aware of. Does it? It ceases to exist on January 1st? Okay, so if I send this, okay, I gotta ask the question. If I send this to committee and the committee disappears, does the bill disappear? Okay, all right, that's my rule. I swear to God. Father, forgive me.
Yeah, don't.
If it gets sent to committee, the committee dissolves, then you make a motion to pull it from committee. Done. Now, where the hell are we?
Mr. Student, you're out of order.
You're correct. Where are we? I don't even know.
Chairman Duff has
Motion, thank you. Thank you. That's where we're at. Is there a second? There are seconds. Is this debatable?
Yes.
Okay, it's debatable. Chairman Knapp, explain why.
Thompson Student Fee Committee. I'm sorry, you're asking me to say why this should come?
Why this should go?
Okay, it's very, very simple. It's very, very simple. We have bills in here. They go through the committee to be fine-tuned, to be looked into, to be researched. There are people that are in because they are experts in what they do. You're in RR because you're very good at RR and you enjoy that's what you do. In the same way, we have a fee committee. This is a fee bill. It has not been through committee. It needs to go there for the proper processes, and then we will deal with it and deal with it the proper way. This is where it needs to come, and I yield to Jody.
Guys, I am disgusted. This is so ridiculous. You're going to, so basically we have a bill here and it's talking about fee increases, and here we are, we're not going to give it to the committee that we have to consider fee increases. Guys, this is a no-brainer. You need to send this to this committee. We voted twice. A majority of us have voted twice not to raise these. At the very least, have the courtesy to Thomas and to the rest of that committee to send it there, and I yield back to Thomas.
Just real quick, guys, please understand that you can't have your pie and eat it too, okay? All right, in the sense that, like, look, if you oppose this, if you're part of the veto process, then you need to anticipate that the whole process that we spent a month on is scratched. You can't have your cake and eat it too, okay? To where, like, oh, let's scratch what the fee committee did, but we still want to put an opinion in there. No, like, I'm sorry, this is a consequence of these actions, and we need to live with them. Okay, it needs to come back to the fee committee. Even if you support raising these two fees, have some respect for the process here. Okay, have respect for Jeff Pickering and his appointment, the Senate's unanimous decision to affirm the appointments, and send it back here. And for those of you, it's going to be said. How much time do I have left, Dan?
You have 45 seconds.
Okay, for those who are going to say we won't be able to have a voice, not true. Okay, we can contact regions. They're going to. It doesn't mean that they won't know what this Senate said. They won't get an official one, but I can call Fernando Trevino, the student region is a friend of mine, and tell them what's going on, and they will understand what went down without a piece of paper. So don't think that our voice won't be heard if you don't pass this, which the majority of us are against. Don't be fooled into that. And I yield.
Move the previous question.
Yeah, absolutely not.
I did it already.
Okay,
There's a motion on the floor.
What's the motion?
Previous question.
That's out of order because we haven't heard again. Womack.
Just quickly.
I'm sorry. Yeah, go.
Just quickly on this, I hate that we're so out of time that we're forced to make crafty decisions. So whatever, this can go back to me, but I do want to say my piece on this. Why are we acting like this is an entirely new debate? That all of a sudden this bill came out of nowhere and now it's being referred to some committee that may or may not exist? I do respect the process. The process was fully carried out. The fee committee proposed something, President Pickering vetoed it, then we sustained the veto. Process complete. There's no arbitrary, we slighted the fee process. Why are we acting like we haven't been talking about this for 2 months, and then I just pulled this out of nowhere somehow? That's completely ridiculous. We had that debate, we're having it now again, and I don't understand why you would send a bill back to a committee that just said the opposite and has for an entire month. The Student Senate, by majority, or not by majority, but in fact disagrees with that. I don't know what is supposed to come out of sending it back to the same committee that is opposed to it. That is counterproductive and silly. Obviously, we're at a point now where the entire Student Senate needs to make a decision on whether or not this would support. It's rushed. It's unfortunate that this is what it's come to because it's 11:30 tonight. We've had this debate. I guess we're going to have it again because I feel like the majority of you will vote to send back to committee, and that's not so bad. But I really want you to think about the lunacy of sending it right back to a committee that's already rejected. That is completely counterproductive, and I expect that we're going to be right back in this mess January. But hey, and I don't mean this to be sarcastic, Student Senate isn't fun all the time, and stuff like this is going to happen because it's an important issue that we're just simply not going to agree on every time. So get frustrated, that's fine, but know that this is coming right back in January.
Previous question.
Motion's been made for previous questions. Just a second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, and I'm just going to call my own standing vote. All in favor of sending this to committee, please stand. The SJP committee. 33. All opposed, stand. Okay, opinion of chair, this passes. This is referred to the SGA fee committee. Okay, with that, we're in a period of presentation on the 12th man point system bill. State your motion. Motion has been made to send this to the Constituency Affairs Committee. Seconded. All in favor, please. I'm sorry, it's debatable.
Please do it so we can go.
Okay. All opposed to sending it to the Constituency Affairs Committee. Going once, going twice. Chair deems debate one-sided. Motion's been made for a voice vote. All in favor of sending this to the Constituency Affairs Committee, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Okay. That is now in Constituency Affairs. That concludes our agenda. Yes. Motion is made to adjourn. Seconded. All in favor of adjourning, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we're adjourned. Wait, we're not adjourned until we take closing roll. So stay, and I swear be quiet so we can hear you.
Point of order.
State your point.
Isn't it by the clicker now?
No, it is not, because it is not possible. Therefore, Speaker Wilson.
Howdy.
Myself, Howdy, Bain, Smith,
Howdy.
Barber,
Howdy.
Nidegger, McNutt,
Howdy.
Harris,
Howdy.
Hauser,
Howdy.
Baldwin,
Howdy.
Grantham,
Howdy.
Thornburg, Melancon, Lastavica, Gonzalez, Riley,
Howdy.
Robertson,
Howdy.
S. Brown, Reeves,
Howdy.
Hebert, Miller, Young, McCarrick,
Howdy.
Bowen,
Howdy.
Spencer, Hume,
Howdy.
Mandry,
Howdy.
Lamont, Chen, Hutchison, Quesada, Pittman, Melinda, Two, Mormon Dyke, Nelson, Altendorf, Nadiger, Kingsbury, Jessup, King, Morris, Kelly, Fernandez, Sosa,
Howdy.
Berry,
Howdy.
Fernandez, Lahetsky, Struble, Markowski, Steve Brown, Castilleja, Kyrie, Esparza, Steve, Hilton, Buckley, Matute, Lawson, Zeus, Murad, David, Robert, Shut, Hill, L. Sullivan, R. Sullivan, Van Dyne, Briscoe, Womack.
But this is last Senate meeting.